Good morning. I'm Eric Blank, and we're back on the record in 25AL-0494E, the Public Service Company of Colorado rate case. Uh, just on any preliminary matters before we jump into the witness list. Mr. Bunker.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chairman. As you may recall, yesterday morning I mentioned that we had four uh, testimony attachments in UCA's Box.com account, and I've conferred with other parties. At this point, I do not have objections from any. The revision, if you will, to these attachments is really clerical. It is to change the attachment number in the header at the top of each attachment, and that's it. And so I
Uh,
would move to admit these attachments, and I can quickly go through them so we can get them from the box account.
Yeah, if you could just list the hearing numbers, you don't have to pull them up. Just list the hearing numbers
Sure.
so the record is clear. And then I'll ask if there's any objections and we'll
Okay.
get them admitted.
Okay, very good. The first is Hearing Exhibit 300, Attachment CWS 111, so 111, Rev 1, and this would be UCA's Triple R application in 24AL-0049G. The second document is Hearing Exhibit 300, Attachment CWS 112, so 112, Rev 1, and that is Public Services Response to UCA Discovery Request 25-21. The third attachment is Hearing Exhibit 304, Attachment KKK, or I'm sorry, KK-4, two Ks, Rev 1, and this is a copy of the Commission's decision C23-0538 in proceeding 23R-0408. And the third or fourth attachment is Hearing Exhibit 306, Attachment CN-7, Rev 1. This is the Colorado Sun article. And I'd move to admit each of these four into the record.
Any objections? So admitted.
Thank you.
Any other preliminary matters? Mr. Captain Von Dresek.
Yes, Chair Blank. I moved to admit hearing exhibit 900 yesterday from our box account, and it appears that the answer testimony affidavit was not entered in along with everything else. So I would just ask that the answer testimony affidavit be entered in as well.
Any objections? So admitted. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any other preliminary matters? I guess my understanding is we're going to start with Ms. Allison, go to Mr. Salazar, Mr. Deagle, Mr. Moeller, Ms. McCone, Mr. Freitas. Then we'll come back and see if we need Ms. Lovely. And then we'll continue if we still have time with Dr. Depew, Mr. Lay, Dr. Dalkey, Ms. Ho, maybe Dr. Bongiardina. And then that may be it for the day. Ms. Brahma, does that sound right to you?
Thank you, Chair Blank, Commissioners. Yes, that does sound right to us, subject to the need to juggle depending on how quickly things go today, of course, but we are ready with Ms. Allison.
Ms. Allison, can you hold up your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
You can put your hand down. Is anybody with you or communicating with you in any way?
No.
If that changes, will you let us know?
Yes, I will.
Back to you, Ms. Brahma.
Good morning, Ms. Allison. Would you please state and spell your full name for the record, please?
My name is Jody Allison, Jodyallison.
And for whom do you work and in what position?
I work for Excel Energy. My title is Vice President of Customer Experience Operations and Transformation.
Did you cause to be submitted hearing exhibit 115 as your direct testimony and hearing exhibit 147 as your rebuttal testimony in this proceeding?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have any corrections to that testimony today?
No, I do not.
Thank you. Since the testimony has already been admitted, Ms. Allison is available for questions.
And I think there's no cross. I don't have questions for Ms. Allison. I recall you didn't either, Ms. Commissioner Plant, but can you confirm?
No, I don't.
Commissioner Gilman?
Hey, thank you. Good morning, Miss Allison.
Good morning.
Just a couple really brief questions. So in the settlement, you withdrew your request for a new customer information system modernization tracker, right?
Yes,
Okay.
I believe so. Yeah.
Okay. And as I understand it, the 2026 costs were that are expected by the company were related to developing an appropriate plan and work scope for that customer system.
Correct.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify to make sure I understand. Is the company still moving forward with that effort unchanged? It's just a matter of a difference in cost recovery?
The company is moving forward with the initiative, the planning for the initiative. Yes.
Okay, got it. So that change in the company's position regarding the tracker does not change your intent on what you plan to accomplish in 2026?
The company is moving forward with the planning in 26 to evaluate what our options and estimates look like to move forward.
Okay, and that's what you were planning before when you had proposed the tracker, right? There's no change there?
No.
Okay. And then I'm just curious for if you have insight. I know there were some cost ranges provided for what you were expecting for costs in 27 and 2028. Do you anticipate that's the duration of the expense, or I'm just trying to understand if you all have a wider view of what you're expecting to spend on that system?
That's what we're going through right now, is doing the work to prepare the estimates and through the planning process.
Okay, and then I presume part of that planning process would be looking at the scope and functionalities like that you need core to that system.
Yes, we are working on the blueprinting and the scoping to develop the scope for what is needed.
Okay, and then is that a process when you're looking at the scope that's purely internal, or do you involve any stakeholders in that process of what functionality, you know, is most desired or inclusive in that scope?
As I included it in my testimony, we are looking to gather stakeholder feedback to make sure that we get what we need in the scope.
Okay, and that would be part of the 2026 effort?
2026, yes.
Okay, all right, great. Those are my only questions. Thanks. Just wanted to understand where that was going, given your change in tracker position.
Ms. Brahma, any redirect?
No redirect. Thank you.
Ms. Allison, thanks for joining us today, and you can be excused.
Thank you.
Mr. Salazar. Mr. Simpson.
Hello, I think we're waiting on Mr. Salazar. Can we get just a half a second to go?
Yep.
Get him ready. We're just moving too fast this morning so far, so apologies.
Say that again. I lost you for a sec.
We're moving a little fast this morning, so I just we'll need an extra second. Thank you.
Yeah. And I think just to make sure I have 10 minutes from Boulder. Yep, there you are. Mr. Salazar, can you hold up your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Put your hand down. Is anybody with you or communicating with you in any way?
No, there isn't.
If that changes, will you let us know?
I will.
Back to you, Mr. Simpson.
Thank you, Chair Blank. Good morning, Mr. Salazar. Are you the same Gilbert Salazar who submitted direct, supplemental, and rebuttal testimony in this proceeding?
Yes, I am.
And those are hearing exhibits 109, 129, and 141. Do you have any corrections to your testimony?
I do not.
Your testimony has already been admitted to the record, and therefore the witness is available for cross-examination.
Ms. Van Geen, 10 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Salazar. I'm Veronique Van Giem, and I am here on behalf of the city of Boulder this morning. We just wanted to talk to you a little bit about tracking failure and the replacement of distribution equipment on feeders subject to wildfire safety operations. So are you familiar with the answer testimony of Matthew Lehrman?
I am.
And you reviewed the section of Mr. Lehrman's testimony that recommended identifying feeders that experience PSPS events and then tracking equipment replacement that occurred on those feeders from outages that were unrelated to PSPS events.
Yes.
And Public Service did not respond to this recommendation in rebuttal testimony.
I'm
Correct.
not aware of that, but sounds fair that they did not.
And Public Service didn't include this recommendation in the proposed settlement agreement.
That's correct.
You sponsored the response to Boulder Discovery Request 2-1, correct?
Are we able to pull that up for me to look at?
Yes, Ms. Federico, is it Ms. Federico this morning?
April or Miss Crane, if you prefer.
Thank you, Ms. Crane. Can you pull up hearing exhibit 600, attachment MAL 17? Thank you. Mr. Salazar, this is the PSCO's response to Boulder's Discovery Request 2-1.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So some customers that experienced an outage due to wildfire safety operations, including PSPS events, subsequently experienced outages unrelated to wildfire safety operations, such as failure of transformers, underground cable, or other equipment. Correct?
And to make sure I understand, you're saying during the weather event that occurred,
sorry, after the event, so subsequently. So after the outages, some customers experienced due to PSPS events, they subsequently experienced outages unrelated to those PSPS events, such as failure of transformers or failure of underground cable or failure of other equipment.
Okay, and again, just to make sure I understand. So when we do a PSPS, we're going to proactively shut power off. The weather event is going to come through, and then at that point we patrol those areas to identify damage. Are you referring to the damages that we identified during that patrol?
We are talking about subsequent failures a week later or longer.
Okay. I understand now. Okay, and I didn't catch the question on that.
So you agreed that they did experience subsequent failures unrelated to the PSPS events after the PSPS event outages occurred?
Sure. very common that there's going to be that the infrastructure is back to a normal state, and the chances of having an outage due to a failure of a piece of equipment can occur.
Okay. And Public Service does not currently track capital assets or O&M records on feeders subject to wildfire safety operations, correct?
In the circumstance that you're referring to, no, I don't believe we have tracking after the fact on those particular feeders.
Can we scroll down to Boulder 21E, the answer to Boulder 21E? And Boulder or wildfire safety operations are not designed or implemented to accelerate equipment stress or failure, correct?
Yeah, correct. Our wildfire safety operations, there's not a relationship to stress or failure that we're aware of.
So Boulder agrees that wildfire safety operations are not designed or implemented to accelerate equipment stress or failure. But is it fair to say that repeated de-energizing or re-energizing of equipment may accelerate wear and tear on distribution equipment, particularly equipment that is nearing the end of life?
No, I wouldn't agree to that. I think that the infrastructure that we have in place is designed for to operate in that way. That's to be able to energize and de-energize and open switches shouldn't cause additional wear and tear on the equipment.
So it's your argument that if a substation breaker or a switch gear failing immediately following a PSPS outage event occurs, it is just a coincidence?
What I would say is if that piece of equipment failed, that it was nearing its end of life and unrelated to whether it was involved in a PSPS or not.
Okay, just one moment. So you're saying that the company has tracked and documented that its equipment has not been exposed to any overvoltage surges or transients during PSPS de-energization or re-energization?
Yeah, the relationship that is being proposed here between the two is not something that we track as we believe it's normal operation and it's what the equipment is intended for. So yeah, there isn't a study or anything that we're tracking in relation to that.
One moment, apologies. So you would agree that when equipment failure occurs on your system, it is considered unplanned?
Correct. I would agree to that.
And the company has had equipment fail before it would normally be expected based on age, correct?
Not always. There's for example, we have third-party damages and accidents where equipment will fail. Carpool accident, things like that. But age and aging infrastructure is very much a part of failure. Absolutely.
And is it also fair to say that the company has fully depreciated equipment that remains in service?
Yeah, in some instances, that's correct.
So when a substation transformer fails and it is replaced by a new transformer, the company earns a return on that new equipment, correct?
Probably not the best person to answer questions about financing and how the company earns a return, but yeah, that would be a capital investment that you're referring to.
So if PSPS accelerates equipment failures, the company would need to increase its expenditures on emergency repairs and equipment failures beyond the historical averages if that was true, correct?
Objection assumes facts not in evidence, namely the correlation between PSPS and equipment failures.
I'm just asking if PSPS did accelerate equipment failures, that this would need to occur. That the company would need to increase its expenditures on emergency repairs and equipment failures.
And the witness and the witness
Historical averages.
and the witnesses testified that there is no such connection.
With that clarification, I'll allow the question to move forward.
Yeah. Again, we don't see a correlation, and I don't believe that that's an industry concern that operating equipment is degrading it faster. If that were to be the case, then and again, I don't believe that it is. If that were to be the case, that would be something to look at and evaluate, and potentially make some adjustments and changes, because it would be increasing the degradation of that piece of equipment and the depreciation.
And so you do agree then that you agree that the company would need to increase its expenditures on emergency repairs if that was the case?
I don't know that I'd say that I agree. I think it'd have to be looked at and have to be studied to find out.
Okay, so does Public Service agree with Boulder's recommendation to track failure and replacement of equipment and feeders subject to wildfire safety operations?
No, because we don't believe that it is an issue, or seen any evidence to suggest that it is an issue.
And is there any evidence in the record supporting your opinion?
I'm not sure if there is or not. I don't think that there's a study done, so I would say no, I don't think there is evidence in there.
Okay, thank you. That is all of my questions.
Mr. Simpson, redirect.
No, nothing, Chair Blank.
Oh, sorry. Let me just confirm that Commissioner Plant, questions for Mr. Salazar?
No questions.
Commissioner Gilman?
I don't think.
And still no redirect, Mr. Simpson, I'm assuming.
Still nothing. Nope.
Mr. Salazar, thanks for joining us this morning, and you may be excused.
Thanks for having me.
Next on my list is Mr. Deagle.
And we're just waiting for him to pop up.
And I'm not sure we got your name right. Is it Deagle, Deagle?
It's Deagle. You're
right.
correct, Chair.
All right. Can you hold up your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You can put your hand down. Is anybody with you or communicating with you in any way?
No.
If that changes, will you let us know?
I will.
Back to you, Mr. Simpson.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Deagle. Are you the same Brandon Deagle who submitted direct and rebuttal testimony in this proceeding, marked as exhibits 110 and 142?
I am, yes.
Do you have any corrections to your testimony?
I do not.
Your testimony is already admitted into the record, so with that, the witness is available for cross-examination.
I don't see any cross, and I forget, Commissioner Plant, did you have questions for Mr. Deagle?
I do not.
Commissioner Gilman, did you, or was it only me?
I do not.
I did have a couple, mainly about the TCA. My understanding is that in this case, over $110 million of transmission-related revenue requirement representing well over $1 billion of capital spending is getting rolled into base rates, really in this case, and that in 2026, the TCA is 177 million. Is that an accurate characterization of what's going on here? I can't hear him. Is that just me?
I cannot hear him either, Chair.
Okay.
Can you hear?
Oh, now we can.
Apologize. Chair, I would need to look at the particular numbers in the case regarding TCA, really the recovery mechanism of the projects is generally more of a consideration with our regulatory witnesses.
So I guess that's a conversation I do want to have. Is Mr. Piquet the only witness who can talk about the TCA, or is there somebody forthcoming? I have questions about what's in the TCA, what's not in the TCA. Is that not for you?
Mr. Freitas can handle, I think, a good chunk of those.
All
Chair,
right.
and Mr. Piquet as well.
Okay. And the questions just have to do with whether a line expands transmission capacity or not. So that's more for Mr. Freitas.
Yeah, or Mr. Piquet, if there were particular questions on, a scope of a project in particular, we could talk about that.
Okay. I'll save my questions for Mr. Freitas. And just so you know, Mr. Simpson, it has to do with a prior rate case decision talking about expansion of transmission facilities. And then there was a TCA advice letter that was suspended that sort of defined what the transmission expansion was, and then sort of how that's implemented going forward. So with that, Mr. Deagle, sorry for having you put on a tie. And I think he can be excused.
Thank you. Appreciate the time, Chair Blank.
Yeah, sorry. Let's see. Who's next?
Mueller?
Mr. Mueller.
They're going to go grab them. Apologies. Like I said, we're moving pretty fast this morning.
No worries. Mr. Mueller, welcome. Can you hold up your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Put your hand down. Is anybody with you or communicating with you in any way?
No,
If that changes, will you let us know?
I will.
With that, back to you, Mr. Simpson.
Thank you, Chair Blank. Mr. Moeller, good morning. Are you the same Mark Moeller who filed direct supplemental and rebuttal testimony in this proceeding?
I am.
Would you have any corrections to your testimony?
I have no corrections.
Your testimony has been admitted into evidence already. So with that, the witness is available for cross-examination.
I have 10 minutes for the city of Boulder.
Thank you, Commissioner Blank. We actually are going to waive our time for Mr. Moeller because we had reserved this time in case Mr. Salazar couldn't speak on the issues that we were asking him.
Okay. Commissioner Plant, questions for Mr. Moeller?
Yes, I do. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Miller.
Good morning, Commissioner Plant.
I have a lot of confusion around the issue of the meters and the AMR meter costs. So I'm trying to understand what the costs are all about. In your direct testimony on page 31, you're discussing the AMR legacy meter recovery and recovering those costs over 15 years. And then on line 20, you say this is 15 years roughly aligns with the remaining life of the installed AMI meters. And I'm wondering why are we using the life of the AMI meters to recover AMR meter costs?
Sure. So when we looked at the entirety of the AMI replacement of AMR meters, part of that was the known residual value on the AMR meters. And since the AMI meters was a improvement in value proposition in terms of the reduced effort to read the meters, we felt that it made sense to amortize the remaining value of the AMR meters over the life of the AMI meters. So it kind of lined up with the change in solution.
So the life of the AMR meters was a shorter period of time, but you're proposing to extend that period of time to align with the AMI, or?
Well, the AMR meters were taken out of service. So we were no longer depreciating those once they came out of service. So they were just sitting, the dollars were just sitting in the company's reserve account, FERC 108 account.
And are those, do those continue to be in rate base? Are there's something that's existing in rate base?
The residual value is part of rate base. That's correct.
So there were about, I think, $16.7 million worth of additional meters that you said were installed during the interim period as you were deploying AMI, correct? It's a difference between, I think, 83.9 and 67.2.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
And as you were deploying the AMI, you were taking out the AMRs. So did you not use the AMRs that were being removed? You got new AMRs for the additional meters that you said were installed during that interim period, or were you using the existing AMRs that you took out?
I don't know. That's probably a better question for
Mr. Nickel.
Mr. Chad Nickel. Yeah, that's
For
correct.
Nickel? Okay.
Yeah. He can talk about what the replacement strategy is and where they used a new meter or where they used a meter that was previously pulled.
Okay, great.
But you are
Thanks.
correct on the $16 million.
And this is something that I've had a real hard time understanding. Back at in the preceding 16A-0588E for AMI replacements, there was a hearing in 2017, and Ms. Jackson stated for the company back in 1994 was when we started deploying AMR meters on our system. Those were deployed between 1994 and 1998. Those meters have an average life depreciation of 25 years is what we've been looking at. If you do the math, we are 25, getting pretty close to the end of that deployment time frame where the 25 years would be reached. And in that context, we're looking at fully depreciated assets. And in the decision accepting the comprehensive settlement on that case, replacement of aging equipment was mentioned repeatedly in the decision, C-17-0556, as a basis for the AMI replacement. In paragraph 27, it reads, during the hearing on settlement agreement, staff witness Paul Caldera stated that the current automatic meter reading meters are beginning to reach the end of their useful lives. On 28, OCC witness also testified that they believe that since the existing fleet of AMR meters is reaching the end of their lives, it's prudent to go forward with replacing the AMR meters. Paragraph 33, the commission said, because a large percentage of the company's existing meters are reaching the end of their useful lives, we conclude it's appropriate to replace. And at the time of the 2016 proceeding, the balance of the meter cost had 12 years left on their amortization. And they've been, as you said, included in the rate base during that intervening time, correct? I think I don't know why your volume, did anybody else hear?
Correct.
Oh, there you go. Okay, good.
Okay, sorry.
At that 2017 hearing, Commissioner Concilia asked Ms. Jackson, ratepayers are going to be paying for a period of time for 2 meters, was the question. And the answer from Ms. Jackson was, for a short period, I would say yes. And so if we look at that time frame, it's been 10 years. You would think if it had 12 years left on it, it's been in the rate base. We should be 2 years away from full amortization. So I'm wondering why we have such enormous costs and why we're going to continue to pay for these meters for another 15 years.
Yeah. I don't know the exact context of Ms. Jackson when she referred to the 12 years, but I'm assuming that was the average remaining life. So when we place meters into service, we place them in service by vintage. So every meter will go in. If a meter went in 2000, it would have been depreciated over 25 years from there. So when Ms. Jackson was talking about the 12 years remaining life, that might have been, I'm assuming she was referring to the average remaining life. So there could have been meters that had just gone into service because a meter had to be replaced early. A new customer could have been hooked up by the company. Those would have still had a full 25-year remaining life on them. And then on the other side, there could have been meters with only like a year or 2 years left of life. So the 12 years wouldn't have been a remaining 12 years for every meter that was out there. It would have been the average of all of those vintages.
I guess what I'm trying to figure out is if we had 67.2 million at the time with an average life of 12 years, which would be pretty much paid for and amortized in the next couple of years. And now we have 83 million 12 years later or 10 years later. What happened? Why do we have all of these AMR meters? It doesn't make any sense to me. We should be whittling them down, not building more.
Yeah, so Mr. Nickel can talk more about this, but we were still continuing to install meters from that point on because of COVID and supply chain issues in getting meters. So there were still old AMR meters going into service. Denver is a growing metro area, so we would have been still installing meters on new premises. We would have still been installing meters or replacing failed meters. That's really more the operational side of it. And I would say you should talk to Mr. Nickel about the number of meters that were put into service during that period.
Okay.
I can talk to the depreciation of them and how we, even when they were going in 2016, 2020, we have an approved 25-year life, so we would still depreciate those meters over 25 years because that's our approved life by the commission, even though there was a known change to AMR, or I'm sorry, from AMR to AMI.
One of the components of Ms. Jackson's testimony was that the residential meters cost about $47 for the actual meter. I think there's obviously some installation costs, but that would be in O&M. $221 for commercial meters. I'm trying to figure out $84 million. That's almost 2 million residential meters. I'm trying to figure out how we get the scale, but you're saying that Mr. Nickel is the person to talk to about that.
Yeah, and just from a depreciation perspective, remember that the meters that would have gone in at the end would be completely, or would still have the vast majority of their book value on them. Anything that would have gone in post 2020.
Well, that's troubling to me, and I get that that's a question for Mr. Nickel, but we're putting in meters at the end, as you said, which we know are only going to be in there for a couple of years as we're completing AMI rollout, and yet we're buying new meters that have 25-year lives rather than using the ones that we're pulling out. I mean, that doesn't seem to be very good financial planning to me. But I can talk about that a little bit more with Mr. Nickel. Those are the only questions I had, Mr. Chairman. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Gilman, questions for Mr. Mueller?
Yeah, Mr. Mueller, just a couple. I just want to make sure I'm tracking the disagreement, I think, really between the company and UCA with regard to net salvage rates, inclusion of contingencies and overheads. Does that sound familiar?
Yes, yeah, it does.
Is that specific to the production plant category, or does that impact other categories? I was not entirely clear on that.
That only affects production.
Okay.
So it wouldn't affect distribution because distribution, gas lines, we use actual costs, historical actual costs as the basis for cost of removal because it's more of like a recurring unit of retirement. In the case of generation, every power plant is different. Every wind farm is slightly different. So we have an engineering firm come in and do the estimating on those. So it is long way around that, but it is unique to generation assets.
Okay, got it. So these are kind of the unique, large generators. The more routine stuff is done without the contingencies and overheads because it's based on the actual historical cost of that category.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I just want to confirm, as you know, I've been studying net salvage rates for years now, and I thought I had a grasp on it, and then I read that, but I was pretty sure this was unique to production plant. I want to make sure that assumption was correct. And then just on the meter issue really quickly, can you confirm with me if meter installation costs are O&M or do those go into like the capital balance for the new meters?
They're capital. The installation costs are capital.
Okay. And then with regard, I don't know if you're the right person to answer this, but I figured I'd throw it out and get directed. With regard to the company's proposal to extend the depreciable life of wind assets, company-owned wind assets, are you familiar with that?
I am.
Okay. Not necessarily a depreciation question. So I'm curious, given the company's stance that it is their expectation at this point that those units will run a longer amount of time, to a reasonable degree or efficiency, I think is assumed. Does the company anticipate or plan any changes in treatment of wind, either company-owned and or PPA in the resource planning space and bidding space?
I can't answer that question.
Change in expected life.
Yeah, I don't know how that's layered into the resource planning. My assumption would be that they would plan for a longer life if we were assuming a longer life. But I'm speaking a little bit out of turn by saying that's really our planning group that should answer that.
Do you have any idea if there's a witness in this proceeding who knows that relationship?
I don't know if there is.
Okay. It's of interest being that we have some resource planning bidding coming up, and it seems as though the company has modified their position on the expected life of these. So I'm very curious what that means for those bids, both company owned and PPA bids.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Those are my only questions. Appreciate it.
Okay, I don't have anything to add. Mr. Simpson, any redirect?
Just real briefly, Mr. Moeller, good morning.
Morning.
Are you familiar with Mr. Nichols' rebuttal testimony at all?
I have read through. I've read through some of it.
Would it surprise you that Mr. Nichols testified that when Ms. Jackson was estimating the stranded costs as part of the Aegis proceeding, that the approximately $67 million she was testifying to was the estimate of the remaining stranded costs upon completion of AMI installation? Would that surprise you at all?
No, that's my recollection. There was a projection out that it would be 67. That wasn't the point in time. That was the expected at installation.
Thank you. And then just to clarify, as part of the depreciation expense, the company proposed in its direct to extend the depreciable lives of the wind farms in this proceeding. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But it doesn't necessarily stand to reason that if that depreciable life is not extended, that the company would not expect to run those wind farms beyond the current depreciable life. Is that correct?
Correct. So, yes, these are all estimates. Our engineering teams do the estimating. We have wind farms that are 25 years. We have wind farms that are 35 years across the company's fleet.
All right. Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you for joining us this morning, Mr. Moeller. Appreciate you. You may be excused.
Thank you, Chairman Blank.
Thank you, Ms. McCone. Can you hold up your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Put your hand down. Is anybody with you or communicating with you in any way?
No, they are not.
If that changes, will you let us know?
I will.
Over to you, Ms. Nelson. It's 9:48 and I see 60 minutes. You're up.
Did Mr. Zomer want to?
Oh, yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, we can do
No, that's
this.
okay. Yeah, it's been
I
a
think
long
we
hearing
can.
already.
Go ahead if you can be brief, Mr. Zomer. That'd be great.
I think we can just start. Ms. McCone's testimony has been admitted, so we're moving quick.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Zomer. Ms. Nelson, up to you.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. McCone. Good to see you.
Good morning.
I'm Michelle Singer Nelson. I'm representing UCA for the record. I'm going to start with kind of a tracker and deferral 101. So going through your direct testimony, I think if you want to pull it up, that's fine, but I'm not going to pull it up right away. So trackers operate by establishing a baseline cost and then tracking actual costs above or below that baseline. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And the baseline cost for a tracker is typically derived from historical data or test year estimates.
That's correct. It's typically based on the test year.
Okay. And the difference between the baseline cost and the actual cost for an item subject to a tracker is deferred in a regulatory asset or liability, correct?
That's correct.
And a regulatory asset is an under recovery that is recovered in a future rate case.
That's correct.
And a regulatory liability is an over recovery that's refunded to ratepayers at some point.
That's also correct.
All right. In public services direct case in this proceeding, you represented or you presented 5 trackers in your testimony: pension expense, property tax expense, commission administration fee, customer information system or CIS, modernization, and the electric damage prevention trackers.
That's correct.
Okay. And public service is now withdrawn its request for the CIS and damage prevention trackers, correct?
That's correct.
But public service continues to propose that the commission approve the property tax tracker, the pension expense tracker, and the commission administration fee tracker.
That's correct.
Thank you for that. Now, talking about deferrals or regulatory assets, which are slightly different than trackers, you refer to regulatory assets that public service seeks to roll into rate base in this proceeding as deferrals, correct?
That's correct.
And you explain that deferred accounting through a regulatory asset involves recording specific, often non-recurring, or extraordinary costs for potential recovery in a future rate case.
That's correct.
Regulatory assets are not trued up or adjusted annually like a tracker is.
That's correct.
And they're reviewed instead for prudence and reasonableness at the time of recovery.
That's correct.
So help me understand this. A utility, such as public service, requests authorization to defer costs in a prior proceeding, and then the commission in that proceeding approves the deferral request.
I'm sorry, ask that again. I may have missed that nuance.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand how it works. So the commission in one proceeding authorizes the company to defer costs, and then the commission approves in that proceeding the deferral request, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you have requested several, probably, 21 deferrals in this proceeding?
I don't know the exact number, subject to check. I'd say that's accurate.
Okay, so public service is seeking cost recovery in this rate case for deferrals of costs from prior proceedings.
That's correct.
Okay. And that deferral request could either be a regulatory asset, so that it would be money coming to public service, or it could be a regulatory liability, which, as you explained, was some money that is due to ratepayers. That's the regulatory liability.
That's correct.
Okay. And the deferral is the first step in preserving cost recovery in that future rate case, or in this case, correct?
Correct.
I was curious about this too. Before the company actually brings the deferral to a rate case for cost recovery, does the company collect any revenue from ratepayers on that deferral?
No.
Okay, thank you. So on pages 22 through 24 of your direct testimony, which is hearing exhibit 117, and Ms. Crane, if you could pull that up, it would be helpful. Pages 22 through 24, so start with 22. Okay, here's table MAM D1, And these are the deferrals brought forward for recovery in this proceeding. Can you scroll? Thank you so much. So they go, here's 4 of them. Going on to the next page, we see several additional ones. And then I think they finish up, your list finishes up on the final page. There you go. So Ms. McCone, are these all of the deferrals that Public Service is requesting cost recovery for in this case?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Moving on to the settlement, could we pull up hearing exhibit 155, please? Go to page 27, table 2. Okay, so this table discusses, it says the settlement agreement carrying charges for regulatory assets and liabilities. So this table lists, sorry, there's a bug flying in front of me. This table lists Public Services or the settling parties' proposal for regulatory assets and whether they include or don't include a carrying charge, correct?
Correct.
And when carrying charge is used here, could you explain what that means from Public Services perspective?
That's the charge for the time value of money. So in this case, it looks like it could either be at the weighted average cost of capital or long-term debt.
Okay, can we just scroll down a little so we can see the whole table? Thank you. So the ones that the settling parties have proposed get the carrying charge at WAC include the Innovative Clean Technology Projects or ICT projects, correct?
Yes.
The prepaid pension asset / retiree medical, that's carrying charge at WAC, correct?
Yes.
Advanced Grid Intelligence and Security Initiative, the AEGIS initiative, that's at WAC.
Yes.
Coal combustion residuals is at WAC.
Yes.
Cabin Creek Investment Tax Credit.
Yes.
And then finally, on this table, it says gain on sale of mineral rights. That's a carrying charge at WAC as well.
Yes.
Can we turn to the next page, please? And here's table 3, which is entitled Regulatory Asset / Liability Balances Included in Settlement Test Year Cost of Service. So this table, I think Mr. Bunker went through it yesterday with Mr. Paquet, but just to visit it briefly again today, as to, let's see, the pension expense and the Colorado tax rate change, deferrals, those are regulatory liabilities, correct?
Yes, they are.
Okay, so that's money that's coming back to ratepayers.
Correct.
And all the rest of them are regulatory assets that Public Service is seeking to recover in this case.
Yes, that's correct.
So it looks like in column 4, the total deferred balance is $294,966,327.
Yes.
Okay, and then the total included in rate base. Now, does that mean, if it says included in rate base, are those the ones that are going to have a WAC return?
I would have to reconcile those line items to the previous table.
Oh, okay.
I'm
Well,
not sure that's necessarily true.
well, we talked about the ITC projects. Do you recall that was going to have a carrying charge at WAC?
Yes, that was my recollection.
We talked about Aegis, and that's at the $73 million figure. And that is recovering at WAC, correct?
That's correct.
The CCR at 11 million, we discussed before, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then if we go back to the two.
The other two, I
Yeah.
don't believe are at WAC.
Okay.
I don't know if you were getting to that.
No, I was going to ask you about that. I was curious if we, as to whether or not everything in that column, since it was included in rate base, would accrue the carrying charge at the WAC rate.
It appears that's a no.
Okay. As to the wildfire mitigation plan and the legacy meters?
Correct. I believe those were not at WAC.
Okay, if we go back to table 2, could we, Ms. Crane? So those are legacy meters, that's long-term debt. And then the wildfire mitigation is at long-term debt. Okay. Thank you. I think that covers the carrying charges that are going to be applied to the deferrals pursuant to the proposal in the settlement agreement. I appreciate that. Okay. Do you know if the regulatory liabilities that we talked about, there's no WAC recovery for ratepayers, is there?
And which ones are you referring to?
Let's go back to table 3. I'm sorry, Ms. Crane. So we talked about the Colorado tax rate change and the pension expense.
It's not reflected in that total in rate base, but that might be a question for Mr. Freitas, because I would assume that there'd be a carrying charge. But maybe that's not what was approved in this, or not in the settlement agreement. Apologies. So that's a better question for Mr. Freitas.
Thank you. All right, I think I've got that. Let's move on. Now, talking about, I'm going to ask you a few questions about Mr. Skluzak's testimony. Have you reviewed Mr. Skluzak's testimony relating to regulatory assets and trackers and deferrals?
I read it at one time, but
Okay.
you will probably need to refresh my memory.
Okay, and we can pull it up. Ms. Crane, it's hearing exhibit 300 if we need to look at it. All right, and at page 44, this basic, I have just a one-line question on this section. He talks about the page 44, I think it starts at the bottom. There you go. Shifting risk to ratepayers. And so he points out that trackers and regulatory assets shift the company's risk of not achieving full cost recovery to ratepayers. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. He also explains that approved regulatory assets preserve cost recovery of costs where costs would not be preserved or captured in a test year revenue requirement. Do you agree with that statement?
I'm sorry, can you go to that section?
Sure, it's at
I'm better
100.
at
Sure.
seeing the
Page
testimony than hearing it.
130, page 130, lines 10 through 16. I'll just give you a chance to read that if you want.
Got it.
And so my question is whether you agree with the statement, approved regulatory assets preserve recovery of costs where such costs would not be preserved or captured in a test year revenue requirement. Do you agree with that?
I agree that customers will be paying actual costs when we preserve the recovery in a tracker or deferral.
Okay. And if those costs between rate cases are not preserved in a tracker or a deferral, then the company does not recover those variations of cost between rate cases. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. And Mr. Skluzak also says that preservation of cost recovery through regulatory assets is a significant benefit to a utility and reduces a utility's risk of not recovering costs between rate cases. Do you agree with that?
Yes, but again, I think that trackers benefit customers as well, and that they're only paying for actual costs. There's also a benefit when there's a regulatory liability as well.
But if they're only paying actual costs, they're paying actual costs that they wouldn't otherwise be paying because cost recovery is done through rate cases based on test years, correct?
That's correct.
So from a customer's perspective, Mr. Skluzak states that Piesco's earning a WACC return on deferrals makes public services base rate proposal less affordable and is a detriment to ratepayers. Do you
I'm sorry,
recall
where are
this
you seeing that?
Oh, okay. Let's see. Page 132, lines 1 through 4.
Okay, and what was your question?
That do you recall Mr. Skluzak's testimony that Piesco's earning a WACC return on its numerous deferrals makes Piesco's base rate proposals less affordable and is a detriment to ratepayers? Do you agree that's what?
What's your question?
The question is whether you agree that that's UCA's position in this case.
I agree that's UCA's position in this case.
Thank you. Can we pull up from UCA's box exhibit 312? And Ms. McCone, I will identify this for the record. It is the commission's decision granting in part and denying in part the application of public service for approval of its 2025-2030 gas infrastructure plan. Do you see that?
I do.
And its adopted date was April 15th, 2026. Do you see that?
I do.
And it's in proceeding number 25A-0220G. Correct?
That's correct.
Can we go to page 88? And we'll go down to section K. I think you've scrolled down. There you go. Could you read into the record, since this isn't in the record yet? Can you read what the title of section K is, please?
Issues raised for future consideration, misaligned utility financial incentives under cost of service regulation and its impact on critical elements of the company's filing.
Okay, and I think Chair Blank referred to this decision yesterday. Can we scroll to page 90, please? paragraph 216. Do you see where the commission observes, although the record evidence clearly shows the company has ignored multiple commission orders and that its capital spending may increasingly be driven by its financial incentives instead of the public interest, immediate productive pathways are challenging given the company's posture. Significant asymmetries in the available information make it difficult for the parties in the commission to develop alternative capital spending plans and ensure any capital spending is optimized for customer benefit. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
And do you have that paragraph in mind?
Somewhat. I'm not that familiar with this proceeding. So I'm
Okay.
not sure what the context is around this paragraph.
Well, I will ask you a question. So if we get down, I think paragraph 218 is the key paragraph. So slowly, if you want to read that to yourself, I guess I can read it out loud too. So my question makes more sense in the record. Okay. Based on this record and the commission findings, it seems increasingly important to explore and find ways to reduce or break the link between growth in marginal capital spending and the company's earnings. Various approaches raised in this hearing for potential exploration in other cases involve differential equity returns for certain investments, larger performance incentives, securitizing safety spending, deferral of capital spending at the cost of long-term debt, and that's the alternative that I'm going to be focusing on. So deferral of capital spending at the cost of long-term debt, amortizing capital expenses in the year the costs were incurred, reducing returns on capital, enhanced prudency review, more stringent NPA processes, as well as reforming cost allocation to avoid subsidizing new growth. Can you scroll up a little, Ms. Crane? So then the commission concludes this paragraph saying, given the limited options available in this proceeding, the GIS proceeding, however, the company or the commission intends to explore these options in future proceedings, including upcoming rate cases. So Ms. McCone, if you want to just absorb that paragraph a little bit, I've got a question. Tell me when you're ready.
I'm ready.
Okay, so the commission here talked about potential ways to cut the tie between capital spending and increases to rates and the revenue that the company earns on its capital spending. So wouldn't you agree that reducing returns on regulatory assets for capital expenses would mitigate the link between growth and the company's earnings?
What capital expenses are you referring to specifically? That's part of my testimony. There's a lot of things here
Well,
in this paragraph.
Sure, the deferrals that the company is seeking to recover in this case that are for capital investments.
For which one specifically? Or do you have a specific deferral that you're questioning?
Here, let me go back to the list. But specifically any of them, I don't have any specific one in mind, but I know some of the deferrals relate to O&M expenses, but other deferrals relate to capital investment. Legacy meters?
Right. What is your question around legacy meters?
Is that included in the company's rate base for capital expense recovery?
It's in the settlement agreement. It's a settlement term. I'm not quite sure I understand your question.
Do you know the difference between capital expenses and operations and maintenance expenses?
Yes, I do.
And do you have in mind any deferrals that the company is requesting recovery for in this case that apply to capital expenses versus O&M expenses?
Do I have in mind, are you asking me which ones are capital versus O&M?
Yeah,
Can you bring up the list?
sure. I think it goes back to either your testimony. Do you want to look at your testimony, hearing exhibit 117, and your table that we reviewed?
Or if we
Starting
want
at
to go
page
back to
20?
the settlement agreement, I think.
Okay. Then that's hearing exhibit 155. Page 27 or 28. There you go.
Right.
So
So what was your question again?
which of these relate to capital expenses versus O&M expenses?
I believe the Innovative Clean Technology Project has some capital expense. The 2020 Wildfire Mitigation Plan, the EV Make Ready infrastructure, Aegis, legacy meters have capital expense.
And then on table, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, go ahead.
Table 3 on the next page shows the ones that are going to be included in rate base, correct?
Right. That's correct.
Are those the same ones that you just walked
Yes,
through?
I believe so.
Okay, thank you. So going back to my question, we saw the commission's concern about the connection between the company's investments and capital growth and the company's earnings. Do you recall that in the commission's decision we just reviewed?
I do.
So wouldn't you agree that reducing returns on the regulatory assets for capital expenses, so having the returns not include carrying costs at WACC, would mitigate the link between growth and the company's earnings?
Objection, Your Honor. Could Ms. Nelson break this up, because Ms. McCone already went through that not all of these are getting a carrying charge at WACC. Several of them are at long-term debt.
If you could focus your question a little more, Ms. Nelson, I think that would help.
Okay, actually, it's not just WACC, it's also long-term debt. And I think the total included in rate base that we walked through earlier with Ms. McCone in that final column, she identified those as recovering carrying costs either at long-term debt or at WACC. Correct, Ms. McCone?
That's correct.
Okay, so my question goes to either one. It's a carrying cost. And if the commission were to make a decision that did not apply a carrying cost to these deferrals, then wouldn't that mitigate or minimize, disconnect the link between capital investment and the company's earnings that the commission was concerned about in that paragraph?
Well, I think what's been agreed to in this table is one provision of the settlement agreement. And I think there's been a lot of give and take around the entirety of the settlement agreement that has reduced our original request.
Thank you. Let's move on. And I'm going to focus just on the coal combustion residual regulatory asset for a minute. You can take this down. Thank you, Ms. Crane. All right, let's go back to, well, I guess I just asked you to take it down. And I'm going to refer to if you recall, Ms. McCone, we did talk about the coal combustion residual asset, and that was listed in both charts, table 2 and 3 in the settlement agreement. Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay. Can we pull up Corey Skluzak's exhibit CWS 63? And this, while Ms. Crane is doing that, this decision is one that specifically addresses coal residual, the coal residual regulatory asset. Can we go to, or will you identify this exhibit, Ms. McCone? Can you see it?
Yes, I can.
Okay, please identify it for the record.
Identify the hearing exhibit or
Yes.
the title. It's hearing exhibit 300, attachment CWS 63.
Okay, and the title of the exhibit is the decision R230846 from proceeding number 25AL-0494E and the matter of the application of public service for approval of deferred accounting treatment for incremental, non-routine, and extraordinary costs incurred in accordance with coal combustion residual regulations. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
And this is the recommended decision of ALJ Adams.
That's correct.
Okay, and this decision, I think it was, well, it addressed the parties' agreement regarding the treatment of the regulatory asset for coal combustion residual activities. Can we go to page 3, paragraph 11, please? All right, this specifically talks about the deferred accounting treatment and the settling parties agreement that for a period of 12 years following approval of the agreement, public service will be permitted to defer all costs relating to EPA's CCR regulations, set coal combustion residual regulations, into a regulatory asset. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, can we scroll up a little bit? Or scroll down? Yeah, thank you. And it says at the end of that paragraph, public service shall initiate a proceeding to review this deferral request and may propose an extension of the deferred accounting treatment. It concludes by saying the regulatory asset will not earn a return. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. Let's go to page 4, paragraph 13. Paragraph 13 says, Mr. Depew, who is a member of the staff, supports the company not earning a return on any recovery and points out that such treatment will reduce the burden on ratepayers and further the public interest. Do you see that?
I do.
So staff in this decision, the ALJ Harris actually refers to staff's supporting of the company not earning a return on recovery relating to CCR. Correct?
Correct.
And he says that not earning a recovery will reduce the burden on ratepayers and further the public interest, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, we can pull this down. We're gonna.
Sorry, just for notes, was that CWS 63?
Yes.
Thank you.
Excuse me. We're gonna switch topics. Mr. Chair, did you want to take a break? I know it's 10:30.
You have about a little over 20 minutes left. Is that about still right?
Probably, I might need a couple minutes. You know, I'm terrible at guessing at how long things are going to take, and we do have 30 minutes that we reserve from Mr. Moeller, waiving Mr. Moeller, but I probably can get done in a half an hour.
All right, let's take a 10-minute break till 10:35, and we'll come back at 10:35. Thanks.
Thank you.
Just finishing up my snack, Ms. Nelson. You're back.
That's okay. That's all right. All right, Ms. McCone. I need to revisit something real quickly. So going back to Ms. Crane, can you pull up the settlement agreement again? Hearing Exhibit 155 and Table 3. So Ms. McCone, we talked a lot previously about the regulatory assets that are listed on the left column, and then the ones that are included in rate base in the far right column, at least from my perspective, that's the way where they are left and right. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay, so I was referring to the regulatory asset for capital investments as a capital expense. Do you recall that?
Yes.
I've been advised that there's no such thing as a capital expense in accounting, and instead it's a capital expenditure. Is that correct?
Yes. I mean, I think they're interchangeable. I knew what you were talking about.
Okay. So I just, for the record, would like to correct that statement and just clarify that those are more technically referred to as capital expenditures, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, let's move on. I think we can stay in this exhibit. Now I'm moving to, we're going to talk about the gain on sale. If you're familiar with that topic, we'll go to Hearing Exhibit 155 at page 31, paragraph 54. Just take a minute to look at that. And this is where the parties agree to a 50% sharing of the gain on sale of the mineral rights in the amount of $9.35 million to customers, correct?
That's correct.
So the rate making treatment here is to share with customers this amount over 5 years through the ECA. Is that right?
Yes.
By the way, do you know what motivated the company to even sell these mineral rights?
I do not.
Do you think Mr. Freitas could address that issue?
I think that would probably have been an issue for Mr. Piquet.
Okay, thank you. Now, let's go to paragraph. Okay, let's go back to page 15 of this agreement. And look at paragraph 25. I'll give you a minute to review it. It says the settling parties agree to exclude oil and gas, mineral rights, royalty revenues from the calculation of present revenues, correct?
That's correct.
So the settling parties are proposing to exclude the oil and gas royalty revenues from the settlement revenue requirement. That's what this paragraph says, correct?
That's correct.
And this is, do you know the amount of this removal? Is it about 5.6 million of annual oil and gas royalty revenues?
I don't know. That would be a question for Mr. Freitas.
Okay, thank you. Can we pull up Hearing Exhibit 313 from UCA's box, please? Ms. McCone, this is going to be a response to a discovery request from UCA to Public Service. I think you're the sponsor. So this is discovery request UCA 43-1. It's Public Services response. Can we scroll down? Let's see who the sponsor is. Okay. Ms. McCone, are you one of the sponsors of this response?
I am.
Let's go to, Mr. Chair, I'll move for admission of hearing exhibit 313.
Any objection?
No, Chair.
So moved.
Can we move back up to the questions? And I'm going to focus on question C. So it says, regarding hearing exhibit 133, Piquet rebuttal, and the testimony that the company did not reflect the gain on sale of the mineral rights in its rebuttal revenue requirement study, as the mineral rights were non-depreciable property. So section C says, is it the company's contention that the gain on sale of the mineral rights should be treated the same as the gain on sale of the gold and service land? Can we go to answer C, please? So the answer is, the company's rebuttal case recommends treating the gains in a consistent manner. The gain on sale of mineral rights should receive the same rate-making treatment as the gain on sale of the gold and service land. Ms. McCone, was that your testimony in this proceeding?
I did not have testimony on the gain on sale of mineral rights.
Are you a sponsor of this response?
I am.
And this response says that the gain on sale of mineral rights should receive the same rate-making treatment as the gain on sale of the gold and service land, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
I think it's referencing my testimony on the Golden Service Center land.
Okay, that makes sense. All right, I think this is my last topic. And it's our favorite topic, Ms. McCone, on rate case expenses, but I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on it. So let's see, in your rebuttal testimony, and we can pull it up if you want it. We can pull this down, Ms. Crane. Thank you. If you want to pull up hearing exhibit 149, it's up to you, Ms. McCone. I'm just going to talk about rate case expenses a little bit.
Ms. Crane, if you could pull it up, it'd probably help me follow a little easier.
Okay.
Thank you.
And we're talking about rate case expenses, specifically page 45. Starting at line 5. You testify here that the company does not support the caps proposed by staff. And that you say that the recommendations would deny recovery of costs the company has actually incurred. Did I read your testimony correctly?
Or will incur, yes.
Okay, thank you. But then back in the settlement agreement, the non-unanimous agreement, the company has modified this proposal and has agreed to cap rate case expenses at 1.5 million. Isn't that right?
That's correct. That's a negotiated settlement term.
Okay. Can we pull up hearing exhibit 149 MAM 12? So Ms. Crane, it's just the exhibit MAM 12. And while we're waiting, Ms. McCone, this is going to be your, yeah, thank you for enlarging that. So will you identify this, please, for the record?
This is hearing exhibit 140, attachment MAM 12. It reflects the updated rate case expense estimate and actuals to date.
Okay, and what is, when we look at the columns here, is the column that says updated for rebuttal the most updated set of estimates in this chart?
It is.
Okay, good. That's what I thought. So now the non-unanimous agreement capped the rate case expense recovery at 1.5 million, correct?
That's correct.
And when we look up the updated for rebuttal, it looks like Mr. Mr. Zahner's firm is still estimating 600,000. Mr. Simser's firm is estimating 550,000. And then Ms. Brahma's firm is still estimating 500,000. Do you see that?
Yeah, I think you had those flipped, but those are the legal estimates.
Okay, 1.65 million is what the current estimate is, correct?
That's correct.
And then you've got consultant estimates, including the Brattle Group for 165,000. Do you see that?
I do.
And then customer noticing expenses of 43,000. Hearing costs of 16,000. And then you have a total rate case expense estimate, excluding purchase load, at 1.9 million, correct?
It actually includes the purchase loads.
Okay,
I
so
think you said exclude.
yeah, I was looking at line 19, but
Oh,
you're
okay.
looking at line 22. I see that. Yes. So it's almost $2 million that the company updated for rebuttal has estimated for rate case expenses in this case. Correct?
Yes.
But with the cap of 1.5 million, how is the remainder of rate case expenses recovered? Is that by shareholder contribution?
The difference would be written off. Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then I highlighted the Brattle Group's 165,000 for, is that for Ms. Bulkley's testimony?
Yes, it is.
And her recommended return on equity in rebuttal testimony was 9.8%. Is that right?
I'm not quite sure. I didn't track Miss Bulkley's testimony.
Are you familiar with the proposal in the non-unanimous agreement at 9.3?
I am.
Okay, so the company's no longer relying on Ms. Bulkley to support its proposal for an ROE in this case, correct?
The company relies on Miss Bulkley's recommendation, but we negotiated something else in the settlement agreement.
Okay, my very last line of questioning. Can we pull up hearing exhibit 314 from UCA's box, please? I think this is a discovery response that you're a sponsor of. Can you identify the document for the record, please?
Hearing exhibit 314, PSCO response to UCA 25-7.
And it's the public services response to discovery request UCA 25-7, correct?
That's correct.
Going down to the last page, could we see who sponsored it? Ms. McCone, are you the sponsor of this exhibit?
I am.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to move for admission of UCA hearing exhibit 314.
Any suggestions, Mr. Zimmer?
Nope.
Let's scroll back up.
Hold on. So admitted.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. So Ms. McCone, this asks about an earlier response from the company to one of staff's requests, and it's regarding the capping of rate case expenses in 25AL-0594E and then 23AL-0243E. Do you see that?
I do.
And the 22 case and the 2023 case was the company's previous rate case, correct?
It was the last phase 1 and phase 2 rate cases. Yes.
Okay, thank you. So paragraph 3, subpart 3 asks the company to admit that the company's estimated rate case expenses of $2,003,244 for the phase 1 proceeding exceeds what was approved by the commission for the company's phase 1 case in 2022 and phase 2 case in 2023. And if anything other than a full admission, please explain, correct?
That's correct.
Let's go down to your response. And the response says the orders speak for themselves, and the company also notes that the referenced cap was a term of the settlement agreement to which the UCA was a party and not unilaterally ordered by the commission. Did I read that correctly?
That's correct. I would note that the rebuttal estimate is now less than that cap.
Thank you. In the previous phase 1, phase 2 proceeding, do you recall that the cap that was agreed to in the settlement agreement was $2 million?
I do.
And would the company today commit to following the same approach in this phase 1 and phase 2 case and cap the rate case expenses for both proceedings at $2 million?
What phase 1 and phase 2 case are you referencing?
This phase 1 that the phase 1 that we're in right now, and then the future phase 2 that the parties agreed to, that will be forthcoming.
I think we've already agreed to a settlement cap of 1.5 for this phase 1.
And would the company commit to capping the remainder for phase 2 at 500?
I don't think we would do so at this time.
Okay, sorry, I misspoke and I interrupted you. My question was whether the company would agree to capping the phase 2 rate case expenses at 500,000.
I don't believe so.
All right, that's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. McComb.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nelson. I have 30 minutes for AARP, Mr. Kaufman.
Good morning. You may be pleased to find out that we no longer have any cross for Ms. McCone. I feel UCA had covered much of the ground I needed to, and others issues have been resolved. So we can waive our questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kaufman. I have 30 minutes for EOC.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Ms. McCone. My name is Casey Canelio, and I represent Energy Outreach Colorado. I don't think we've ever met before, so it's nice to meet you this morning.
Nice to meet you as well.
All right, well, let's get started. First, Ms. McCone, I'd like to draw your attention to attachment AB3 to EOC Hearing Exhibit 703, and that is a part of Hearing Exhibit 1500. If we could get that pulled up. And while that's getting pulled up, Ms. McCone, this is going to be up. So it's attachment AB3 to Hearing Exhibit 703. I apologize if I... Oh, sorry. It must be attachment AB4. My apologies. Sorry about that. And Ms. McCone, this is going to be your response to discovery request EOC 31. Thank you, Ms. Crane. Sorry for the confusion. If we could scroll down a little. So Ms. McCone, in your response to EOC 31 subpart A, the company identified the most currently reported RISA balance of approximately 141.6 million. Is that correct? Sorry, did you respond?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes. Sorry, that might be on me. And so that balance is as of February 2026, correct?
That's correct.
And that balance reflects funds that have been collected through the RISA surcharge from the company's customers.
That's my understanding.
And turning to subpart B of this discovery response, you state that the company acknowledges that overcollected RISA balances have been carried forward into subsequent RE plan proceedings, right?
Although it says that's not always been the case.
Great. We can discuss that a little later, but thank you. So in other words, RISA balances are not necessarily exhausted at the end of a renewable energy plan cycle.
It appears not.
And instead, those funds remain in the RISA account and are carried forward.
That's my understanding.
And the balance you've identified in this discovery response reflects funds accumulated over multiple RE plan periods.
I'm not certain. I'm not the RISA expert, but I assume so.
Okay. And as we sit here today, the company continues to report a RISA balance of approximately $142 million.
Correct.
Thanks. So turning back to subpart B, you state, and you just mentioned this, you state that while the company has rolled forward over collected RISA balances from customers in recent years, that has not always been the case.
Correct.
Okay, great. If we could now please turn to EOC Hearing Exhibit 703, which is Mr. Bennett's settlement opposition testimony, and turn to page 12. And while this is getting pulled up, Ms. McCone, in that prior discovery response we just had pulled up, when you identified that RISA balance, you mentioned a 2006 docket in that discovery response, correct?
I may have missed that.
Okay.
But subject to check, I'll take your word for it.
Okay. So in this section of Mr. Bennett's testimony, if we look at starting at line 5, Mr. Bennett explains that he reviewed the company's RISA balance reports maintained in proceeding 06S-016E. Do you see that?
I do.
Great. And if we now go down to page 13, line 5, and look at figure AB1. Ms. McCone, do you see that? Oh, thank you. Figure AB1 depicts the annual overcollected RISA balances reported by the company from 2015 through 2025.
I do.
And every year reflected in this figure AB1, based on Mr. Bennett's analysis at least, shows a positive overcollected RISA balance.
It does.
And in fact, every year reflected in this table shows an overcollected balance of at least approximately $40 million. Do you see that?
Not necessarily, but I'll take your word for it.
Okay. Sorry, I might make you do some light math in my questioning, so just a heads up. If we could now pull up Hearing Exhibit 705, that is in EOC's box folder. If we could maybe zoom in just a little bit, awesome. Ms. McCone, do you recognize this report as a company filed RISA annual report? And you can look at the title in the upper left-hand corner.
Yes, that's what it appears to be.
Okay. And subject to check, if this report was filed in March of 2024, would you agree that this report reflects the company's reported RISA balance as of year-end 2023. And looking at the balance row and the highlighted blue number on the far right, it's showing that the company reported an overcollected RISA balance of approximately $97.5 million.
Yes.
Chair, I'm going to have a couple of these company filed reports in another docket. I don't know if it's appropriate to move for admission of this hearing exhibit through judicial notice under Rule 1501C, or what you'd prefer for these that are already in the commission's files.
We'll just admit them as evidence, and I would do the motions one at a time. I think we use administrative notice mainly for decisions. So, so is there a motion to admit this as evidence?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Mr. Zomer, any objections?
Can we scroll through this?
Do you want to just admit the first page, Ms. Cornelia?
Yeah, I'd be okay with that. Yeah, it was the full report, but the first page is the only page that is relevant for me.
And it seems like there's a proper foundation for page one, but maybe not anything else. Mr. Zomer, would that work for you?
Yeah, I think my concern is like this looks like maybe an attachment to the report and not the entire report. It is a company document. Ms. McCone was not involved in preparation of this, but understand that as a company document, there's probably not basis to omit it on foundation purposes.
All right, so I guess I'd grant the motion subject to Mr. Zomer's comments that this is not the full attachment, that Ms. McCone was not the sponsoring witness, but it is a company document. So with those caveats, it's admitted.
Okay, thanks. And I'm going to be doing 2 more of these reports so we can address those in turn. But for now, oh, yeah, so this one's in. So if we can now please pull up hearing exhibit 706. And just go to page 1. And so Ms. McCone, this is going to be another company filed RISA annual report. Would you recognize it as a similar document as the one we just went over? Yeah. And subject to tech, if this report was filed on February 26, 2025, would you agree that this report reflects the company's reported RISA balance as of year-end 2024?
Yes.
And looking at the balance row and the highlighted blue number, the company reported an overcollected RISA balance of approximately $122.6 million.
Yeah, that's what I see.
So subject to the same parameters as the last hearing exhibit, I'd like to move for the admission of hearing exhibit 706.
Subject to those caveats, any concerns, Mr. Zomer?
No, same applies to this. Thank you.
So admitted.
Thank you. So Ms. McCone, compared to the approximately $97.5 million balance reflected in the prior report, this updated balance represents an increase of approximately $25 million. Would you agree? And sorry to make you do math. I did warn you. Ms. McCone, this report also contains a line item for interest. Do you see that just above the balance row?
I do.
So interest is credited to their RISA account?
It's my understanding that the balance has interest, yes.
Do you know where those interest payments come from?
I don't.
Okay. Do they come from the company or do they come from customers?
Objection, Your Honor. Ms. McCone answered that she doesn't know where they come from.
If you could re-ask or ask another question.
Yeah, I'll just move on. But you do see that this report reflects approximately $7 million in interest associated with their RISA account during this reporting period. Okay, thank you. Do you recall in Mr. Bennett's answer testimony, he stated that according to the company's testimony, in the last RES plan proceeding, the company reported paying over $35 million in interest on over-collected RISA balances in the last 10 years?
I don't recall, but subject to check, I'll take your word for it.
Okay, thank you. And now if we could please pull up hearing exhibit 705 in EOC's box. And Ms. McCone, this is the RISA report referenced in your discovery response we went over earlier.
So do you want to go back to 705?
Oh, I'm so sorry, 707. Okay, great. Thank you. And this is just one page. Ms. McCone, so this is the report where referenced in your discovery response where the company reported a more recent RISA balance of approximately 141.6 million as of February 2026. I'd like to move for the admission of hearing exhibit 707.
Subject to all our prior caveats, Mr. Zemmer?
No objection, other than our prior caveats.
Yep. So moved.
Thank you. So Ms. McCone, taken together, the company's reported RISA balance increased by more than $40 million between year-end 2023 and February 2026.
How much? I'm sorry.
$40 million.
Okay. Right.
Okay. And so that's over, that's in a little over a 2-year time frame.
Is that a question?
Yes.
Yes, I agree.
Thank you. And so would you agree the company has carried forward substantial RISA balances over the past few years?
Yes.
Thank you. If we can now please pull up hearing attachment SEE 27, which is part of UCA hearing exhibit 307. And Ms. McCone, while this is getting pulled up, this will be the commission decision C26-0213 from the company's most recent renewable energy plan proceeding. Do you see that?
I do.
And if we could please turn to page 13 and go to paragraph 36. Oh, sorry, page 12. There we go. Sorry about that. So Ms. McCone, do you see here the commission, and I believe you discussed this in your rebuttal testimony, the commission addressed EOC's proposal to use a portion of accumulated RISA balances as a refund mechanism for bill assistance in the most recent RE plan proceeding.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Do you see in this paragraph that the commission here is addressing EOC's proposal to use a portion of accumulated RISA balances as a refund mechanism for bill assistance in the most recent RE plan proceeding?
Am I seeing that the commission is saying to bring forward the RISA balance?
No, I'm just asking, do you see here that the commission's addressing
EOC's
proposal?
Yes.
Okay.
I see that.
Thanks. And the commission stated that IQ customers, income qualified customers, have been contributing to the RISA surcharge for years. Do you see that?
Where is that?
So that's going to be in paragraph 36 that we have pulled up right here.
Okay. Okay, I see that now.
You do see that.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Mhm.
And the commission further stated it shares EOC's view that those customers deserve timely and meaningful benefits. Do you see that?
I do.
And the commission also stated that bill assistance can be a powerful near-term tool for households facing affordability pressures.
Yes.
And then the commission stated, we therefore encourage EOC to pursue its $25 million bill assistance proposal in a more suitable proceeding. Do you see that?
I do.
And the commission's suggested public services next general rate case proceeding. Do you see that?
I do.
And would you agree with me that this proceeding is public services next general rate case?
When was this decision issued?
April 2026.
I wouldn't say it's necessarily the next rate case after that decision.
Okay. Sure. And the last part of this paragraph, the decision of this decision, the commission also expressed a desire for a fuller evidentiary record to be developed on this issue. Do you see that at the end of paragraph 36?
I do.
Okay, great. That leads me to my next few questions. And so I'd like to now go back to hearing exhibit 700, which is Mr. Bennett's answer testimony for EOC. Thank you, Ms. Crane. If we could go to page 36, please. And if we could scroll down. I'm sorry, can we actually go to page 35? I'm trying to get to the. There we go. Okay. Okay, thank you. So Ms. McCone, you reviewed Mr. Bennett's testimony in preparing your rebuttal testimony addressing EOC's recent proposal. Is that accurate?
Yes, I reviewed it one time, but I'll probably need your help with recollection.
Okay. No problem. I think I identified the wrong page number here, so one second. Okay, if we could actually go to page 46, I apologize, of this testimony. So Ms. McCone, do you see here that the section of Mr. Bennett's answer testimony is titled Basis for EOC's Proposed Assistance Level and Supporting Analysis?
I do.
And in this section, would you agree with me that Mr. Bennett discusses IQ community solar programs as the basis for EOC's proposal?
I don't know that I'm seeing that it's the basis for the proposal.
Okay. Ms. McCone, you're aware that EOC performs subscriber acquisition and subscriber maintenance activities for income qualified community solar programs?
I have a high level understanding.
Okay, we won't, get beyond that. But would you agree that that includes doing subscriber acquisition for the company's own IQ community solar gardens?
Yes.
Okay. So would you agree that EOC has direct experience working with IQ customers seeking access to community solar gardens and associated benefits?
I can't really speak to what EOC does there. Like I said, I'm not that familiar with these programs or the RISA.
Okay, but you were the witness that addressed EOC's proposal in your rebuttal testimony. Okay. Okay, and you're not aware, okay, and so Mr. Bennett notes in this, in his answer testimony at a high level that participation and CSG project development did not occur at a scale or pace originally anticipated under prior renewable energy plans.
Understood.
And you're not aware, you're the witness that filed rebuttal on this issue. The company didn't present any testimony specifically disputing any of those statements in this proceeding?
They did not.
Okay. If I could take you now to page 47, table AB1. Perfect, thank you. Ms. McCone, do you see that table AB1 presents EOC's own analysis of IQ, CSG, participation, and bill credits?
I do.
And one of the figures reflected in this table is the income qualified community solar waitlist of approximately 8,400 customers.
Understood.
And customers participating in these programs receive bill credits that reduce their electric bills. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And so EOC's discussion of customers waiting for those CSG benefits is based upon EOC's direct experience and involvement in those programs.
Understood.
And so regardless of the parties' positions on EOC's proposal, would you agree that a CSG bill credit could provide meaningful value to an income qualified customer?
I would assume that to be true.
And that would be particularly true for a customer facing increased electric bills following a rate case.
Yes, assuming there's a big impact to those customers, that could be helpful.
Okay, thank you. Great. We can take this exhibit down. So Ms. McCone, you're aware that Mr. PK's settlement testimony reflects an increase of approximately $2.25 million in annual RISA revenues associated with approval of the non-unanimous settlement agreement.
Yes, I saw that.
Thank you. So as we sit here today, the company reports a RISA balance of approximately $141.6 million. And if the commission approves the non-unanimous settlement agreement, that would result in additional revenues flowing into the RISA account.
That's correct.
And Ms. McCone, I know you were unavailable yesterday, so I'm not sure if you listened to any of the testimony. But are you aware that one of Mr. PK's settlement work papers reflects annual RISA collections under current rates of approximately $35.75 million?
I'll take your word for it, subject to check.
Okay. Thank you. So based on those figures, the current RISA balance of $141.6 million is approximately 4 years worth of annual RISA collections. Would you agree?
I'll have to take your word for it.
Okay. Sorry to put you on the spot, make you do math. Okay, great. I just have a couple more sections to go over with you. Ms. McCone, in your rebuttal testimony, you discuss the company's approximately $14 million revenue decoupling pilot balance, correct?
That's correct.
And under the non-unanimous settlement agreement, the company proposes to return those funds to customers through the electric commodity adjustment or ECA rider. Is that correct?
Correct.
So in other words, the settlement contemplates returning those funds broadly to customers through a credit applied through the ECA rider.
Well, it's for residential customers only. So widely to residential customers.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Ms. McCone, are you aware that EOC witness Mr. Bennett identified the RDA pilot balance as one example of a funding source that the commission could consider when evaluating customer affordability program proposals in this proceeding?
I think I recall that he gave that as an example, but I didn't think that was his proposal.
Okay. And the company, in response to that, didn't evaluate whether directing a portion of those over-collected RDA funds through a targeted bill assistance mechanism would provide greater relief to income qualified customers.
We did not do that evaluation, no.
Okay, thank you. Last set of questions. If we could please pull up hearing exhibit 602 and turn to page 21. And Ms. McCone, this will be Boulder's settlement opposition testimony. And while that's getting pulled up, Ms. McCone, did you review this testimony from the city of Boulder that was filed last week?
Don't,
Or this week? Sorry.
I may have looked at some of it. I don't know that I read it in its entirety.
Okay. Well, do you see here that Boulder filed testimony in opposition to the non-unanimous settlement agreement?
I did see that.
And if we look at pages or lines 8 to 9, Boulder's witness, Mr. Lehrman, states the settlement does not address EOC's recommendation to use $25 million of unspent RISA funds for targeted bill assistance.
I see that.
And if we look at lines 14 to 15, Boulder further notes that the commission directed EOC to pursue this proposal in a general rate case.
Yes, I see that.
And lines 15 to 16, you see that Boulder states that it's supportive of EOC's proposal.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much, Ms. McCona. Those are all my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think that concludes the cross Commissioner Plant questions for Ms. McCone.
I have no questions for Ms. McCone.
Commissioner Gilman.
Hi, good morning, Ms. McCone.
Morning, Commissioner.
Just really briefly, just so that I can understand, with regard to the Golden Service Center and its surrounding land, I understand it's a building and land, right?
I believe it's 2 buildings and land.
Okay, thank you. How long has the company owned the land and the buildings?
I don't recall, but that is in my direct testimony. Sorry, I don't have that date.
Okay, no worries. And then has that been a part of rate base since it was purchased and or built?
The buildings, but not the land.
Okay, so the buildings are rate base and the land is not in rate base?
Correct.
Okay. And in being in rate base, both the actual asset of the building, what about the property taxes and maintenance on the building?
Those have all been expensed.
Okay, so that's it been in the company's revenue requirement.
Correct.
Okay. What about the land, property taxes and maintenance on the land?
There is a little bit of expense associated with the land as well.
For property tax and maintenance?
Yes.
Okay. And were those in revenue requirements in previous years while that was owned?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. I was just not clear on those points. Those are my only questions. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Gilman. I don't have anything for Ms. McCone. Any redirect, Mr. Zomer?
Yes, Chair. Just a time check. I should be done before noon. Just wanted to confirm you wanted to go through till the noon hour.
I'm hoping you don't have 40 minutes, but if
No.
you do, we'll get it done before lunch.
No, it won't be 40 minutes, I promise. Is it Miss Crane running the show here? Okay. Could you please pull up hearing exhibit 117? And could we go to page 31? Ms. McCone, you had a conversation with EOC counsel regarding Mr. Bennett's suggestion regarding use of RDA balances for bill assistance or directing support to income qualified customers. You recall that?
I do.
And could you review your question and answer here at lines 1 through 10?
Done.
Okay. Is it your understanding that the company's proposal is in compliance with a prior commitment?
Yes,
And that commitment's out of the 2022 electric rate case?
that's correct.
Okay, could we pull up hearing exhibit 149? Can we go to page 91, please? And can we scroll down? Yeah, just this Q&A here at 10 through 18. You also had a discussion with EOC Council regarding use of RISA balances for EOC's funding proposal. Do you recall that?
I do.
Is it your understanding that there's been a decision on the appropriateness of using RISA balances for that purpose?
Yes, my understanding is that the decision was the RISA is not the appropriate source of funding for such programs.
Okay, could we go to hearing exhibit 136? Can we go to page 6? And can we just scroll down so Ms. McCone can see the full question and answer at starting at line 4? Ms. McCone, can you review this question and answer?
I've reviewed it.
Okay, you had a conversation with UCA counsel regarding Ms. Bulkley's analysis in this proceeding. Do you recall that?
I do.
Is it your understanding that Ms. Bulkley's analysis provided a range of reasonable cost of equity for the company?
Yes,
And then is it your understanding that the company used that analysis to help inform its ROE recommendation in this proceeding? Okay, could we go back to hearing exhibit 313, which was UCA's? I think it came in through box. You had a conversation with UCA counsel regarding this discovery response. Do you recall that?
I do.
And is this discovery response asking about the company's rebuttal testimony position?
Yes,
And it's not directed at the company where the settling parties reached an agreement on the Golden Service Center and mineral rights?
that's correct.
Okay, could we go to hearing exhibit CWS 63? I think that was part of, sorry, hearing exhibit 300 attachment CWS 63. And if we could scroll down so we can see paragraph 14. Can you review that quickly?
Reviewed.
Okay, you had conversation with UCA council regarding the coal combustion residuals regulatory asset. Do you recall that?
I do.
And what's your understanding regarding paragraph 14 here regarding the treatment of that asset in this case?
That we would bring it forward for review in this case and determine the amortization periods.
And recovery of the unamortized balance and rate base?
Right.
Can we bring up hearing exhibit 134? Can we go to page 46? If we can just scroll down so this Q&A is available or can be seen. Yep. Can you review this for a second, Ms. McCone?
I've reviewed.
Okay. This is Mr. Freitas's rebuttal testimony, but is it your understanding that this discussion here is about what costs are being deferred pursuant to that settlement agreement?
Yes. I'm sorry, what was your question?
Yeah, is it your understanding or this discussion here is about what costs are being deferred pursuant to the settlement agreement?
Correct.
And then if we scroll down, you see the quote here with the italicized starting on 23 and running to line 3 on the next page. That's the paragraph that we just looked at in the commission's decision on this, on ultimate recovery of the costs that are being deferred. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Could we pull up hearing exhibit 155? And can we go to page 30? You had a discussion with UCA council about the capping of rate case expense in this proceeding. Do you recall that?
I do.
And if we look at the second sentence here, can you explain how that cap relates to the company's actual costs in this proceeding?
That if actual costs come below the 1.5 million, that the company will credit the difference in the next rate case.
So if the company's actual costs for this proceeding are 1 million, that difference is going to be credited to customers?
Correct.
Okay, last one, and we don't need an exhibit for this. It's more of a theoretical discussion. You had a discussion with UCA council regarding trackers and deferrals. You recall that?
I do.
Conceptually, you testified that a tracker establishes a baseline and then the actual costs are tracked against that baseline. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And the baselines are typically established in rate case proceedings?
Yes.
So in this proceeding, when a baseline is established, is that the cost that customers are paying on a going forward basis?
Yes.
But if actual costs are less than that, what happens?
Then it's refunded to customers in a future case.
And is there an example of that in this proceeding?
The property tax expense tracker and the pension expense tracker both have a regulatory liability.
And regarding the property tax tracker, is that approximately $20 million?
That sounds about right.
And is the company's proposal under the settlement agreement, the settling party's proposal, to refund that to customers through the ECA?
Yes, it is.
I have nothing further, Chair Blank. Thank you.
Thank you. I think maybe we'll take a little bit of, Ms. Nelson, did you have something?
No, Mr. Chair, I was just observing as the redirect went on.
Oh, all right.
Thank you.
So my understanding is we'll continue with Fridas after lunch. We'll see if we have questions for Lovely, and then we'll go to Dr. Depew, Mr. Lay, Dr. Dalkey, and Dr. Bongiardina, and then maybe we'll start cross of Ms. O'Neill. We'll see. And then on Monday, we'll go back to Pascucci, Wenner, Bulkley, Hanson, and Nickel, and then keep going with cross of staff after that. Is Mr. Larson, is that your understanding, or?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we will do our best to make that work. I just wanted to clarify really quickly. We did understand your comments from yesterday at the end of the day to suggest that staff would not be going until Monday. But we're in the process right now of just kind of checking to make sure that nobody planned around that.
At least Dr. Depew, Mr. Lay, Dr. Dalkey, and Dr. Bongiardina. I'm not going to be ready to ask questions of Ms. O'Neill or Ms. Onstey today.
Sounds good, and we'll keep you updated on where everyone's at once we get back from the break.
Okay, does that work for you, Mr. Zemmer?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, if I may interrupt for a sec, I did actually plan on what you represented yesterday, that you thought staff wouldn't start until Monday morning. So that's how I prepared for today. So I would just gently request that we wait until Monday.
So you're not ready for Mr. Lay or Dr. Dalkey?
Correct.
I guess we're gonna have an early day today.
At least
say again,
at least it's sunny.
Yeah, yeah. How hot is it?
And more pleasant here.
88. All right. Let's take a break till 12:45. And then we'll finish up Mr. Fridas, and we'll see about Ms. Lovely, and then we'll call it an early day. So thanks all.
Thank you.
All right, do we have Mr. Freitas? You are,
Can you hear me okay?
sir. Yep. Can you hold up your right hand? Well, actually, let me just say we're back on the record in 25AL-0494E, the company's rate case. Can you hold up your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Put your hand down. Is anybody with you or communicating with you in any way?
No,
If that changes, will you let us know?
I will.
Back to you, Mr. Zimmer.
Thank you, Chair Blank. Good afternoon, Mr. Freitas.
Good afternoon.
Please state and spell your name for the record.
My name is Arthur Freitas, Farthur, Freitas.
Mr. Freitas, your direct testimony hearing exhibit 102, supplemental direct testimony hearing exhibit 124, second supplemental direct testimony hearing exhibit 131, rebuttal testimony hearing exhibit 134, and settlement testimony hearing exhibit 157 have been previously admitted to the record. So Mr. Freitas is available for cross-examination.
I got 60 minutes for UCA. It's 12:50. Ms. Runker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Freitas. How are you?
Good. How are you, Mr. Bunker?
I'm well, thank you. I think your counsel, Mr. Zomer, just went through the testimony you filed. You filed 5 separate pieces of testimony and attachments in this case. Is that right? I couldn't hear you.
Oh, that's correct.
Thank you. Thank you. I wanted to make sure that you hadn't somehow muted yourself and I couldn't hear you. And by the way, if you see me look to my right, it is because I have a separate screen that has some documents and questions on it. So I am paying attention, even if I'm turning away from you. The commission ordered Public Service to file supplemental direct testimony to address a number of issues, including updating the test year data and the Comanche 3 costs that were included in Public Service's direct case. Is that right?
Yes. Can you hear me okay?
It was a little bit low on the volume, but yes, I could. Thank you. And as to the updated test year and Comanche 3 costs that were included in the proposed rate base, you addressed those 2 issues in your second supplemental direct testimony and attachments. Is that right?
If I remember correctly, there was one Comanche 3 revenue requirement provided in first supplemental, and then as part of the update to 2025 actuals in second supplemental, I also included a Comanche 3 revenue requirement.
Okay, thank you for that. And with respect to the test year, the commission specifically asked Public Service to provide most recent actual data for the 2025 test year ending December 31, 2025, using a 13-month average rate-based methodology and without a depreciation annualization adjustment. And that is what's in your second supplemental direct testimony, correct, as attachments?
There is a version of that in second supplemental, yes.
Okay. And let's turn to your second supplemental direct testimony, and that's hearing exhibit 131. And on page 6, and maybe this helps walk through a little bit of this background for us. On page 6, at lines 2 through 10, here you indicate your attachment APF 20 is the revenue requirement study for the calendar year ended December 31, 2025, and it reflects actual capital additions through December 31, 2025, along with actual O&M expense and revenues for the 12-month period ending December 31st, 2025. Is that all accurate?
Yes.
And then in your footnote 4, on the bottom of that page, here you state APF 20, and on lines 14 to 16 on that page, and the footnote 4, you indicate you developed APF 20 using the process described in your direct testimony to develop attachment APF 1, and that included using year-end rate-based methodology, right?
Correct.
And that 2025 test year in your attachment APF 1 used actual data for January to June of 2025 and forecasted data for July through December of 2025, right?
For capital, for revenue, for O&M, it was actual data for the 12 months ended June of 2025.
Yes. Okay, let's stay with your second supplemental direct testimony, move to page 11. And here at lines 3 through 10, you testify that Piesco's net base rate revenue deficiency after accounting for the rider revenue is about $355.6 million. In Piesco's initial direct testimony, and the net base rate revenue deficiency when using the 2025 full year actual data in your second direct supplemental direct testimony is about $332.9 million, correct?
Yes.
So would you agree then that the difference between using part actual data and part forecasted data for 2025, and when using all actual data for the 2025 test year ending December 31, 2025, is a reduction in the revenue requirement deficiency of about $22.7 million?
I believe there was some corrections that were also included in attachment APF 20 that also were contributing to some of that difference.
Okay, but you agree the total is $22.7 million when using actuals for the entire year of 2025.
Including the effect of the corrections, yes.
Okay. And in the commission's decision ordering Piesco to file supplemental direct testimony, the commission did not direct Piesco to develop a revenue requirement study using actual data for 2025 test year ending December 31, 2025, using the year-end rate-based method. Is that correct?
That wasn't in the order, but I believe that commitment was made in Mr. Berman's direct testimony.
Okay. Do you agree that when changing Piesco's proposed rate-based methodology from year-end to 13-month average and not including annualization adjustments, this results in about $60.6 million less in Piesco's revenue deficiency?
Do you have a work paper that shows that? I believe I had an attachment to one of my testimony that would provide this information.
The note I have is to Mr. Fernandez's answer testimony. So if we could pull up here in Exhibit 301. And I don't recall the specific work paper you're referring to. If we could go to page 7 of Mr. Fernandez's testimony at page 7, line 11 through 13. Here is the discussion regarding the result is about $60.6 million less in the revenue deficiency. And you'll see up above that, it talks about your attachments, APF 21, APF 20. So do you have any reason to dispute the result of using 13-month average instead of year-end rate base is about $60.6 million?
We can check that real quick in attachment APF 21.
Okay, let's pull up
And I
APF
have I
21.
have a hard copy of my testimony here in front of me, so I can check real quick.
Okay, well, just so the record's clear, we'll pull it up on the screen if we could. Attachment APF 21, and you can tell us where you are referring to in that document. Can we please pull up Mr. Freitas's attachment? Thank you. There it is. Okay, Mr. Freitas, which tab?
So if we go, let's start at the page 41 at the
Okay.
end. And then if we scroll down a little bit. So
Make this slightly larger, please. Excellent, thank you.
On this exhibit, the first column, so on line 55, that 503 million, that is I apologize. This is comparing APF 1 to APF 20. That is not what you're asking. I'm sorry. I believe that, yes, the 60 million is.
I don't mean to talk over you. Are we maybe thinking attachment APF 23?
APF 23 is the revenue requirement study using 13-month average. And so if we wanted to bring that up, we could and compare the number in that attachment to the 526 million that was in the second column of the one we were just looking at. That would be the comparison to look at.
Okay, thank you.
So if we just scroll down, first page. Okay, so, sorry, one more up. There we go, right there. So line 35. So using a 13-month average, the revenue deficiency is 442 million, and that compares to the 526 million or 503 million that is APF 20. And so that difference is the impact of 13-month average and removing the depreciation adjustment.
And does that total in your calculation about 60.6 million?
Yes, that's about 60 million, yes.
All right, thank you.
Can I just ask a question? Does this assume that 22 million from going from actuals? I apologize for interrupting, Mr. Bunker.
No, that's fine. Good question.
Does this include the 22 or $20 million from going from forecasted to actual? Or is that $22 million in addition to the 60 million?
The 22 million would be in addition to the 60. So this is the 60 million is comparing 2025 actual data on a year-end basis to 2025 actual data on a 13-month average basis without the depreciation expense adjustment. So the first attachment that I mistakenly directed us to, that was a comparison of the impact of updating from the cost of service using some forecasted information in the direct case to all actuals in second supplemental.
I apologize.
Not a problem. And let me just ask one clarifying question, just so our record is clear, and that is when you combine the $22 million reduction for using actuals for all of 2025, along with the $60 million reduction we've just talked about when you use 13-month average rate base, that total is a reduction of roughly $82 million. Is that right?
I would agree with that, yes.
Okay. Let me ask you a couple questions about Comanche 3. And with respect to Comanche 3, the commission directed Piesco to provide an itemization of its Pueblo Unit 3 costs that are included in the company's proposed rate base, together with accompanying itemization of associated O&M expenses. Do you recall that from the commission's order?
Yes.
And your attachment APF 24 to your second supplemental direct testimony, that's hearing exhibit 131. This is your Comanche 3 revenue requirement using the 2025 actual year. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if we could pull up attachment APF 24, and if we turn to page 4 of that document when it's brought up, is it correct that the total annual revenue requirement for Comanche 3 is about $105 million?
Can we scroll down, please? So using, I believe the 105 that you're referring to was from first supplemental, which was still using some forecasted information. This revenue requirement here is using all actuals, and it's about 111 million.
Okay. Thanks for that clarification.
And there was also a correction in there. There was a data querying issue that I had in first supplemental direct that was corrected, and then subsequently corrected in the second supplemental. So that's also been incorporated into this 111 million.
Okay. So just to make sure we're both on the same page, when using all actual data for 2025, the Comanche 3 revenue requirement is $111 million. Is that right?
That's correct. And I would also note that that is based on the weighted average cost of capital that was proposed it was included in second supplemental direct. So it's based off of and actually, if we scroll up a little bit, the amounts that are in the top of this page. So the 7.44% weighted average cost of capital, that 111 is based off of that level of WACC.
Okay. Thank you for that discussion. And the question would be, under the settlement agreement, the proposed WACC is 7.14%, right?
I believe that's correct, yes.
So that's a 30 basis point reduction in the WACC. What does that do, if you will, to that $111 million annual revenue requirement for Comanche 3?
I believe at the WACC established in the settlement that the 111 becomes approximately 108 million.
And if the WACC was changed to 7%, as was suggested by some of the interveners, do you know what every 1 or 10 basis points of change would cause?
I'd have to do the
in terms
math.
of that.
We could do the math here, just going from 744 to 714, and that change in the revenue requirement based on that change in the WAC, but I haven't done that math ahead of time.
Okay. All right. Well, it sounds like the change for every 10 basis points for that 30 basis point change from 7.44 to 7.14 was about $10 million per basis point, or for 10 basis points. So is it reasonable to say 1 basis point would be about $1 million?
So we went from 111 to 108.
My math did not work. You're correct. That's why you're wondering. My math doesn't work there. It's about $100,000 per basis point, isn't it?
I think that's more the correct level, yes.
Okay. Didn't quite add up. All right, thank you. Rebuttal testimony. And that is hearing exhibit 134, I believe. Yeah, and at page 14, and starting on line 8, and lines 8 through 14, here you state the rebuttal testimony rate base generally reflects a year-end balance methodology. Is that right?
Yes.
And then within that testimony passage, you indicate that there were 6 categories of expenses that did not use the year-end balance methodology. So is it accurate to conclude a 13-month average method was used for these 6 categories of expenses?
Well, fuel inventory is not a 13-month average. It's the average of the averages is a way to think about that. But the other components are 13-month average, and then cash working capital doesn't exist on the balance sheet, so it's not an average of anything. It's a calculation done within the cost of service model based on lead lag factors and the level of revenues and expenses that are in the cost of service model. So it's a slightly different animal that it exists in rate base, but it's not an item that exists on the balance sheet, if that makes sense.
Okay. Turning same page on lines 15 through 18. Here you testify that UCA staff and AARP all recommended using a 13-month average rate-based methodology in this case. Is that right?
Yes.
And with respect to the various interveners' answer testimony, did any party other than public service specifically advocate using the year-end rate-based method?
I believe CEC took no position on that, but I'm not aware of any other parties besides public service that recommended year-end.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. If we could go to page 15, starting at line 5, here you discuss your disagreement with various interveners using the 13-month average rate-based methodology. And would you agree that in Public Service's last gas rate case, that was the 2024 case, 24AL-0049G, in that case, the commission held the use of 13-month average rate-based methodology was appropriate in that case?
I agree that's what the commission ordered out of that case.
And if we could go to page 22 of your rebuttal testimony, at lines 10 through 14, here you list reasons that could impact the company's ability to earn its authorized ROE. And one of those listed reasons is the time between rate cases. Is that right?
Yes,
Is it correct that the company controls when it files rate cases?
that's correct.
And another item you mentioned in this passage is partial or no returns on portions of rate base. Is that right?
Yes.
And wouldn't these partial or full removals of rate base be reflected in the authorized revenue requirement in a rate case?
Um, well, if there are items that are not getting a return, then they're not in rate base.
Correct. Okay, thank you. A third item you mentioned in this testimony passage is the allowance or is the disallowance of expenses. Is that correct?
Yes.
And wouldn't disallowances also be reflected in the authorized revenue requirement in a rate case?
Yes, they would show as expenses that were removed.
Okay. And at lines 15 through 16 here on page 22, you mentioned no return on regulatory assets as another factor leading to the company not earning its authorized return. Is that right?
It's a contributing factor, yes.
Can you confirm that without the establishment of a regulatory asset, neither the return on or the return for that asset would be recoverable unless it was in the test year?
Um, Not quite sure I'm following your question. Um, if something is not a regulatory asset, where would it exist, I guess, is my question.
It would have to be in the test year as a request you're making, wouldn't it?
Well, if we're requesting recovery of a regulatory asset, then my expectation that it was the request to create the regulatory asset was made in a prior case.
Right. So if you didn't have that regulatory asset created in a prior case and it's not a cost included in the test year, that wouldn't be recoverable, would it?
Um, well, if a regulatory asset didn't exist, there's nothing to recover, I guess. I guess I'm still having a little bit of trouble following your question, but if I understand it correctly, I think that's my answer is that if it wasn't established, there's nothing to recover.
Okay, good. Thank you. If we could go to hearing exhibit 157, this is your settlement testimony. And on page 5, at lines 8 through 17, here you indicate the settlement uses a test year based on the 12 months ended December 31, 2025, and you refer to that as the settlement test year in quotes, and that it's calculated on a year-end basis for all plant and plant-related balances included in rate base. Is that right?
Yes.
So we're in agreement the settlement test year uses all actuals for the calendar year ending December 31, 2025, right?
Yes.
And on page 5 here at lines 12 to 14, you state the basis for the settlement test year is the revenue requirement study I sponsored. By I mean you, Mr. Freitas, sponsored in my rebuttal testimony, hearing exhibit 134, attachment APF 25, as adjusted by the settlement. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then on page 7, at lines 3 through 13, here you provide an explanation that the rebuttal testimony revenue requirement study presented in your attachment APF 25 served as the starting point for the settlement test year revenue requirement study, and it incorporates actual 2025 data and the corrections and updates discussed in your rebuttal testimony. Is that right?
Yes.
And in Piesco's rebuttal case, the company requested a net base revenue increase of about $327.2 million. Is that right?
We could bring
And
up.
I see that number, if I can help you here, on page 7, line 16. So same page, just
I agree.
that answer. So do you agree?
Yes.
327.2 million?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then if we go to page 8 of your settlement testimony, here you identify 12 revenue requirement adjustments that are made in the settlement. Is that right?
That's correct.
And is it accurate to understand these 12 revenue requirement adjustments made in the settlement are adjustments to Piesco's rebuttal case revenue requirement, which was reflected in your attachment APF 25?
Correct.
Okay. In your settlement testimony attachment APF 29, that sets forth the settlement test year revenue requirement cost of service model. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And if we go to page 9, starting on line 17 and on to page 10 through line 2, here you state the settlement results in a base rate increase of about $385.9 million and a net increase of about $224.9 million after the roll in of several riders into rate base, right?
Yes.
And if we could refer on page 11, you have in your settlement testimony, and I may have the wrong, well, page 11 and then on the top of page 12. And your table APF-S-1. Here you describe the settlement capital structure of 54.50% equity, 44.50% long-term debt, a cost of long-term debt of 4.55%, an ROE of 9.3%, and a WACC of 7.14%. Is that all correct?
Yes.
And would you agree in Piesco's recent 2024 gas rate case that was proceeding 24AL-0049G, the commission set public services WACC in that case at 7.0%?
I would agree that that is what the WACC was set at, but I would also note that that was for the gas utility, and Ms. Bulkley can talk to this much more than I can, but that utility has a different risk profile than the electric utility, and so it naturally makes sense that those weighted average cost of capital numbers would be different.
Are you also aware that the public service appealed this case to Denver District Court, and one of the holdings in the Denver District Court case was to affirm the commission's 7.0% WACC decision?
I'm aware of that outcome for the gas utility, yes.
Okay. Let's talk for a minute about the two transmission rider revenue requirements. And were you listening to the hearing this morning and the chairman's question to Mr. Deigel? and I think I have that pronunciation right, Mr. Deigel, about the roll-in of the two TCA riders into the settlement revenue requirement in this rate in base rates in this case.
Yes, I was watching.
Okay. If we could access UCA's box account and hearing exhibit 315. And you will see that this is this document I'll represent as Piesco's response to UCA discovery request number 49-7. And if we could scroll to the second page, is it correct that you are the sponsor of this response, Mr. Freitas?
Yes.
I'd move to admit hearing exhibit 315.
Any objection, Mr. Zimmer?
No, Chair Blank.
So admitted.
And in particular, let's look at the table here on page 2 under sub paragraph D, and in particular the TCA/TCA-D roll-in. And it shows how this number has changed from direct to rebuttal, and that the settlement agreement reflects Public Services rebuttal case request. Is that right? 160, well, roughly $161 million.
Correct. That's the calculated amount of the roll-in based on 2025 actuals.
Okay. And can you explain the difference between these two riders, the TCA versus the TCA-D?
Sure. The TCA is recovering transmission capital, whereas the TCAD is recovering distribution capital. That at a high level, that's the difference. If you want me to go into more detail on exactly what is included in either of them, I'm happy to, but I think I'll stop there to see if that's enough.
For our purposes, I think that's enough. And although Piesco is rolling in the amounts from these two TCA riders, that does not mean these two riders go away. Is that correct?
Well, the TCAD will go away, as that was only an interim rider until the GMAC rider took effect in 2026. So that TCAD component, which is approximately $45 million or so, that goes away completely. The TCA will still have some assets in it after the roll-in, but it's currently 170-ish million dollars, I think. That will go down by about $116 million when capital that is currently in the TCA that was placed into service through 2025, when that capital moves into base rates, it comes out of the TCA. And so what's left in the TCA is essentially capital placed into service after December 31st, 2025.
Okay. So help me understand, $161 million is being rolled into base rates, but I think you said $45 million is attributable to the TCA-D rider, which goes away after it's transferred. So is $161 million the correct amount for the rollover, since 45 million is a one-time roll in, and the other amount perhaps not? Help me understand that.
So the 161 million is the correct amount of capital, both transmission and distribution capital, that is currently in riders that is being transferred into base rates. 45 of that is distribution capital, and the other 116-ish million is transmission capital.
Okay. If it's going into base rates though, and $45 million of it will essentially cease to be necessary, but it's still in rate base, how is that eliminated? I guess that's my hang up that I'm maybe just not understanding.
Well, I guess maybe another way to think about it is it's being rolled into base rates, but it's being rolled out of those riders. And so the entire amount in TCAD is rolling into base rates. And so the TCAD is currently collecting about $45 million. And so it goes from 45 million to zero because that amount is now in base rates.
Okay. I may come back to this. I'm still digesting what you're saying. So even after the roll-in of these revenue requirements, there still would be amounts existing in the existing TCA riders, correct?
In the TCA itself, yes.
But not in the TCAD, as you've explained. Is that right?
Correct. So the TCAD,
Or TCAD, I'm sorry.
right. TCAD is collecting capital or recovering capital placed into service in 2024 and 2025. And since 2025, that's the test year for the base rate case. And so that's why the TCAD goes to zero upon rate effective date from this case, because those 2024 and 2025 capital costs are now in base rates. Does that help?
Yes. Explain why is the company rolling in these specific amounts into base rates rather than leave them in the riders?
I believe that's what the tariff requires, is that every time
Okay.
we have a base rate case, those amounts get incorporated into base rates.
Okay. And so looking at this discovery response that we were talking about, the total amount of the revenue requirement for the TCA revenue is 161 million, and that is what's covered in the settlement agreement, right?
The
That question wasn't
161,
real clear. Would you like me to rephrase it?
if you wouldn't mind, please.
Okay. So the $161 million of the TCA revenue requirement for the settlement agreement, that is the amount we see here in this last column of the table on the second row, correct?
That's correct. And let me just note that that is both TCA and TCAD.
Yeah. And as we already confirmed, that was the rebuttal position, as well as we can see in that middle column row, second row, correct?
That's the amount that existed in rebuttal, which is based off of 2025 actual capital costs. But let me just clarify that the amounts on that roll-in line are not a function of any issue in the rate case. That amount, you can think of it as that's the amount of capital that is rolling out of the riders using the methodology established for those riders. So whatever happens in the rate case, apart from changing test year, which is why you see the difference between 170 and 160 million, but ROE, rate-based method, none of that stuff impacts that second line, because that second line is being calculated based on the rules and the methodology that are established for the riders. And so that's why you don't see a change in the roll-in amount between the rebuttal column and the settlement agreement column, even though the ROE changed, for example.
Yep. Okay. Can you show us where in your attachment APF 25 we can find this rebuttal amount of the $161 million? That was hearing exhibit 134, your attachment APF 25. Just trying to track where this is coming from.
So those roll-in amounts, let me step back for a second. Attachment APF 25 is providing the revenue requirement for all capital in calendar year 2025. Those TCA roll-in amounts are just a subset. And so it is not specifically broken out. The amounts were actually presented in rebuttal in attachment, I believe it was APF 26, that the roll-in amounts were presented based on 2025 actuals.
Okay. Let's look at your rebuttal testimony for a moment. That's hearing exhibit 134. And at page 12, line 19 through page 13, line 2, and in particular, your footnote 13 on the bottom of page 13. Here you indicate the WAC percentage used for the $161 million total revenue requirement for your rebuttal revenue requirement was 7.44%, correct?
Yes.
And was this 7.44% WAC applied to the two TCA roll-ins?
No, as I mentioned a couple minutes ago, the roll-in amounts are calculated based off of the methodology and inputs to the riders themselves. So currently, because the ROE and the WAC from this case haven't been approved yet, the ROE and WAC that the TCA is using is still based off of the 2022 case. And so that for the TCA specifically, the $116 million, which is, TCA's portion of the 160, that is being calculated based off of the 9.3 ROE that was established in the 2022 case. And so that's what I meant when I mentioned earlier that nothing in this rate case impacts the amounts that show up on that rider roll-in line, because that line is being calculated based off of the methodology established in the tariff for the riders.
And I think you just mentioned the ROE in the 2022 case was 9.3%, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall the WAC? It seems to me it was like 6.95%, but I might be wrong on that.
I don't recall what it was from the last case, but I will mention that the methodology for the TCA uses actual cost of debt. It uses the last authorized return on equity in the calculation of the WAC, but it uses actual capital structure and actual cost of debt. So there could be some differences between the WAC that was established in the 2022 case and the WAC that is used in the TCA because of changes in capital structure and cost of debt. But the ROE will be the same.
Okay. If we could go back to the hearing exhibit 315 and the table we were looking at on page 2, can you explain the difference between the TCA and TCAD roll-in amount for direct at 170.5 million approximately versus the rebuttal and settlement agreement number, which is roughly, say, $9 million less, or a little over $9 million?
Sure. So if you recall, the direct case was filed in late November of 2025. And at that point in time, the amount of the TCA, particularly that was on customer bills, was based on forecasted information for 2025. And
Yep.
so that's what's represented in the $170 million amount. But in rebuttal, when we updated to actuals for calendar year 2025, I recalculated the values of the TCA based on actual 2025 capital amounts, and that's what accounts for the difference, is that moving from the forecasted amount in the TCA as of November of 25 to actual capital expenditures or capital plant balances in the actual year in rebuttal in 2025.
Okay, so the difference, just to make sure I'm on the same page as you, the difference of roughly $9.5 million is going from forecasted numbers to actual numbers?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. If we could look at the settlement agreement itself, hearing exhibit 155. And here on page 31, in paragraph 52, the discussion of the gain on sales of depreciable and non-depreciable property is set out. And in paragraph 54 in particular, there's an agreement that the company shall credit $9.35 million for the gain on the mineral rights sold. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the language states gain on sale and net and not net gain on sale. Is that correct?
It says 50% of the gain on mineral rights sold.
Okay. Were you listening to my questions to Mr. Paquet yesterday on this topic?
Yes.
And did you hear Mr. Paquet mention subtractions from the sales price for fees, or he may have used the phrase transaction fees? Do you recall that?
Yes.
And do you know what those fees were? Or were there any fees?
I believe there were some. I don't know what they are, but I think they might have been included in a discovery response provided. I know that there were some discovery responses that were provided on the sales price.
Okay. Is it your understanding that this $9.35 million gain on sale does not include any subtractions for the fees or transaction fees?
My understanding is that is net of transaction fees.
Okay. So this agreement to share or credit $9.35 million for the gain on the mineral rights sold represents 50% of the gain. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so this amount represents a 50% share with ratepayers, correct?
That's correct.
Do you know, did Piesco did not allocate any cost to the mineral rights when it bought the Fort St. Vrain land? Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
So with a $0 cost basis, the gain on sale was 100% of the sales price, correct?
Net of transaction fees.
Yeah. And if we look at $9.35 million as being 50%, then multiplying that by 2, the sale price, the gain on sale, was $18.7 million. Is that right?
I would agree with that math, yes.
Yeah. So the sale price of the mineral estate associated with the Fort St. Vrain land was about $18.7 million. Agree?
Approximately, I'm not sure how much the transaction fees were, but the sales price would have been the 18.7 plus transaction fees.
Okay. And as I reviewed your settlement testimony, this is hearing exhibit 154, I did not see any mention of the gain on mineral rights sharing or the credit in the amount of $9.35 million. Am I right, or did I miss that discussion?
Yeah, you're correct that it's not in my settlement testimony because as the Part A indicates here, this is being returned through the ECA, and my settlement testimony is specific to base rates and the cost of the base rate cost of service. So those are two separate things.
Okay, so if you recall when we were looking at your testimony, and I don't think we need to go to this to see it, on page 8, you listed 12 adjustments to the settlement test year revenue requirement, and this obviously is not one of them. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So was there a specific reason why it wasn't discussed in your settlement testimony?
My settlement testimony is specific to base rates.
Okay.
And since this is not a base rate item, it's going through the ECA. It doesn't impact the cost of service, and so there was no reason for me to talk about it.
Okay. Okay. Were you listening to Commissioner Gilman's questions to Ms. McCone about the Golden Service Center land earlier this morning?
I was, yes.
Mr. Freitas, is it your understanding that the Golden Service Center sale included 2 buildings and the land?
That is my understanding based on Ms. McCone's testimony.
Okay, and the land is a non-depreciable asset, is that correct?
That's correct.
And the land, since its purchase, has been included in rate base, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so Ms. McCone's response to Commissioner Gilman this morning on whether the land was in rate base, and she said it was not, that was not correct. Is that right?
I believe she misspoke. Land is in rate base.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Staying with the settlement agreement, and let's go to page 15, paragraph 25. And here in paragraph 25, there is an agreement to exclude oil and gas royalty revenues from the calculation of present revenues. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And these royalty revenues were for the Fort St. Vrain mineral rights. Is that correct?
They were for all producing mineral rights, not just the ones that are from land around Fort St. Vrain.
Okay. Thank you for that explanation. These royalty revenues were originally in Piesco's direct case revenue requirement in your attachment APF1 in the approximate amount of $5.6 million. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that $5.6 million represented 50% of the total net royalty revenues from the Fort St. Vrain mineral estate. Is that correct?
That was 50% of the royalty revenues received for all producing royalties, all producing wells, regardless of parcel of land.
Okay.
And I will note also that is for the 12 months ended June of 2025.
Okay, so it's not actuals for all of 2025, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And a couple of times in your last responses, you've indicated this was for all royalties, for all properties. Which other properties are you referring to besides Fort St. Vrain?
I don't know specifically where the other properties are, but I know that the royalty amounts are all royalties received by public service, not specific to any one parcel of land. I'm not sure where the other ones are, but they're included.
Okay. Okay, so we talked about this $5.6 million and it representing 50% of the total royalty revenues, and that was included as other revenue in your direct case revenue requirement attachment APF 1. Is that correct?
Yes,
And that 50% amount decreases the 2025 test year revenue deficiency. Is that correct?
that's correct.
So 100% of that amount of $5.6 million would be $11.2 million, correct?
Yes.
So is the amount of $11.2 million of royalty revenues just for 2025? In other words, actual and just for 2025?
That would be actual for the 12 months ended June of 2025. So July 24 through June of 25.
So do you know what the amount of royalty revenues for the actual test year 2025 for the full year ending December 31, 2025, what that royalty amount was?
The amount shared with customers would have been about 5.4 million, so double that. Was that 10.8?
About 10.8 million. Okay.
Yeah.
And where is that reflected in the in either your rebuttal case or your settlement testimony and the settlement revenue requirement?
Well, it's not because the royalties were sold, and so that revenue is no longer being received by public service, and so it's no longer an ongoing revenue stream. And I explained that in my second supplemental direct, I believe.
Okay. So I'm glad you went there because that was really leading into my next question, and that is Piesco sold its mineral rights for a one-time amount of about $18.7 million, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
And by doing this on a going forward basis, the company will not have annual revenue requirements such as it received in 2025. Is that correct?
Those mineral rights have been sold, yes.
Can you explain what motivated the company to sell the Fort St. Vrain mineral estate, which produced about $11.2 million per year in royalties, for a one-time amount of $18.7 million?
I cannot. I was not part of that transaction or the decision making behind that transaction. My involvement began when the royalty revenues ended and I needed to remove them from the cost of service.
Okay. If we could go to your second supplemental direct testimony, this is hearing exhibit 131. And if we could go to page 7. And at lines 4 through 15, here, and I believe it was the first time, and this is in your second supplemental direct testimony, you mentioned that you had excluded the 50% share of royalty revenues due to the sale of the Fort St. Vrain mineral rights. Is this correct?
I would make a clarification that it's all the mineral rights, not just Fort St. Vrain.
Okay. Would you agree, you've mentioned that several times. Would you agree with me? I know you've said that you don't know what the other mineral rights necessarily are, but is it your understanding that Fort St. Vrain mineral right revenue was the largest percentage or portion of those annual mineral rights?
That's my understanding. I don't know exactly how big it was of the total, but some portion of it, the majority, I guess, uh, is from property around the Fort St. Vrain unit.
Okay. That's helpful. And so you're saying that after that explanation, that here in your second supplemental direct testimony, you excluded the 50% royalty revenue share with customers in that testimony. Is that right?
Correct.
And your your second supplemental direct testimony was filed March 24th of 2026. Is that right? And if we need to, we could go to the first page of the testimony.
Second supplemental or first? I'm sorry, which
The
one?
second supplemental testimony, second supplemental direct testimony.
Right. I think that's right. If we want to just jump to the first page, let's
Sure.
confirm that.
Yep.
March 24th, yes.
Okay, thank you. And on page 7, you indicate that you remove this 50% share amount because these royalty revenues will no longer be received on a going forward basis with respect to such conveyed mineral interests. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, moving to your rebuttal testimony, which is hearing exhibit 134, and on page 56 at lines 9 through 11. Here you repeat that the remove 50% of royalty revenues, that you remove the 50% royalty revenues because the company will no longer receive associated revenues, so there's nothing to credit on a going forward basis. Is that correct?
Correct.
And this rebuttal testimony was filed on May 20th, 2026, about 3 weeks ago. Is that right?
Yes.
But is it correct the company did continue to receive royalty revenue beyond December 31, 2025 and into 2026?
That is correct, but my understanding is that the terms of the contract are that any revenues received after a specific point established in the contract, those revenues belonged to the purchaser of those rights. And so, as part of the settlement of this whole transaction, that accounting was done, and those revenues were conveyed to the buyers, and they were not kept by public service.
If I understand you, in addition to the one-time sale for the $18.3 million, the sale also included giving any future mineral right revenue as of the date of the sale to the purchaser of the mineral rights.
I would maybe phrase it as the sale of the mineral rights established a point in time where the purchaser had claim on the mineral rights, not public service.
Okay.
Mr. Bunker, just so you know, you're about an hour and 5 or 10 minutes in. I know you had some reserved time, but just a gentle reminder.
Thank you. I am getting very close to being finished, and I appreciate another probably five minutes. And
Yep.
I know we waived some time earlier, so I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Um, the mineral rights sold, and I'm scrolling back through my notes now as we talked. The mineral rights were sold for what total dollar amount?
I don't recall, but I can't remember what the transaction costs were. I believe that was provided in a discovery response, though.
Yeah. I think as I scrolled as we were talking here, I think it was $18.7 million plus transaction costs, right?
I think based on the amount of taking the gain that is in the settlement agreement, multiplying it by 2 gets the total gain, and then we add the transaction costs back. Yes.
Okay.
But I can't recall what the other transaction settlement costs are.
Okay. Do you know if the company, if Piesco kept for itself 100% of the gain on sale?
According to the settlement agreement, we're providing 50% of that to customers through the
Okay.
ECA.
Okay. Were you listening this morning to Miss Singer Nelson's questions to Ms. McCone?
Yes.
And would you agree there were a number of questions on deferrals and regulatory assets and regulatory liabilities?
Yes.
And would the company agree to put this $5.6 million that was originally in the direct case revenue requirement and then took it out in subsequent revenue requirements into a deferral or a regulatory liability to be amortized over 5 years to benefit ratepayers?
Which 5.6 million are you referring to, Mr. Bunker?
The Fort St. Vrain royalty amount.
From the direct case, the amount that
Yes.
was included in APF 1, that amount was not a regulatory asset. That was revenue that was received by the company that it is no longer receiving.
Right. And would you agree to put that in a deferral or a regulatory liability?
No, that is no longer revenue the company's receiving.
Okay. With that, Mr. Freitas, thank you. And Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Bunker. Is it Freitas or Freitas?
It's actually Freitas.
Freitas. So it's not an E, it's not an I, it's a long A.
It's like neighbor, Freitas, neighbor.
Okay.
It's that.
I'm sure I'll forget. But Mr. Kaufman.
Thank you. Can you
30 minutes, but you've waved cross, so you're good.
Okay. I don't think I'll take that long. Mr. Freitas, my name is John Kaufman. I represent AARP. And
Mr. Kaufman.
How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm fine. I just wanted to first ask some questions about the 13-month average versus end of year rate base issue, and try to put it in context. Now, and I understand from your testimony and from your discussion with Mr. Bunker that this is a $60.6 million issue, right? Between our parties.
That's correct.
And so that seems like a material amount of money. And so it was trying to put it in context what that meant for the average household. But I didn't want to trust my lawyer math. So would you help me kind of try to understand the impact here? So if it's a revenue requirement issue of $60.6 million, and would you agree that the residential portion of that revenue for the utility company is about 36%? company's revenue?
I'm not familiar with the breakdown of our customers. My role is total revenue requirement.
Okay.
The folks who work on the rates, they can explain
Mhm.
how that gets allocated to classes
So-
much better than I can.
So do you know how many residential customers are served by Excel PSCo in Colorado?
I believe someone earlier today or maybe yesterday said that there was 1.5 million residential and small commercial customers, maybe.
I mean, I saw a number a little higher, 1.6 million, but just given that ballpark, would you be surprised if this issue wouldn't be worth $13.50 per household per year?
Well, it would be on average, this is assuming every customer is identical to every other customer. 60 million divided by 1.6 million, whatever that number is on average the total annual impact, and then divide that by 12 for a monthly impact, I guess.
Well, AARP has asked me to kind of look at this from the residential perspective, so you still have to take just a residential portion of that of the rates, right? Because this issue impacts large customers and small customers just on an equal percentage basis, right? That's how this rate.
Yeah, the revenue requirement is all customers, yes.
But does $13 seem like a lot of money for a family to pay each year based on the which way the commission goes on this policy decision?
I guess it depends on the family.
Right.
I
So-
don't know that I could answer
Right.
that
So-
one way or the other.
So I found your testimony interesting, and in rebuttal, you went through a lot of prior cases that went different ways, and you gave a lot of reasons why you thought it was more fair to the utility company, right? About the timing of recovery of costs and inflation, and but I'm wondering, are there any issues, any arguments that you put forth in all that testimony that dealt with how this would somehow benefit customers?
My arguments in my rebuttal testimony are around rate making. That's my role. And so I advocate for year-end rate base based on rate making principles, and particularly creating a test year that is representative of the level of costs that are expected during the time that rates are in effect. So that's my perspective in my arguments in my rebuttal testimony.
And regardless of how the commission votes on this issue, to like keep the 13-month average or do the end of test year as you propose, the quality of service that the average household receives from their electric company is going to be about the same, right? It's not going to change the quality of service or reliability.
I don't know that I'm the right person to answer quality of service issues. I'm the rate making expert.
Mm-hmm. Well, and so I do understand your arguments about timing and how it might be more fair from a regulatory lag perspective or whatever. But I'm focused on, do you think that this regulatory change, no matter how the commission votes on this, would somehow send an incentive to the utility about how it operates the electric utility? Do you think it matters as to how the utility manages its operations?
Well, let me just clarify first that maintaining a year-end rate base would not be a change. That was what was established in the 22 case. So with that said,
I mean, that was a settled case, right?
just like this one, yes.
But a unanimously settled case, wasn't it?
I believe it was unanimous, non-comprehensive, if I remember correctly.
Okay, right. Anyways, but let me ask it this way. If no matter which way the commission votes on this, the same assets will be dedicated to public service, right? It's just there's just
The
going to be
same assets will.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, let me maybe phrase it this way, that the same assets are being used to serve customers regardless of how those assets are valued in rate base.
Right. So at the end of the day, it's just sort of an accounting decision by the regulator. Would that be fair?
It's a rate-making decision, really.
Right. Anyway, I think that's all I wanted to ask you about, and I'll just yield the rest of my time. Appreciate talking to you.
Thank you, Mr. Kaufman. Commissioner Plant, I think Core waved its cross. Commissioner Plant, questions for Mr. Freitas?
I do not have any questions.
Commissioner Goman, questions for Mr. Freitas? I think you do.
Yeah, I do. Good afternoon, Mr. Freitas.
Good afternoon, Commissioner.
I'm not sure I followed you on the neighbor link with your name, but we'll do more math than phonics, so that's a good thing.
Yeah, so the EI in neighbor has the same sound as the EI in my last name. That's the connection.
Okay, all right. I was trying to quickly do the.
Yeah.
And I was like, I'm not getting there. Well, I'll move on, thinking through other things. Anyway, okay. I want to ask about a few tax issues first. So
Okay.
to do this, I wanted to use APF 29, which was
Okay.
the cost of service study that you submitted as part of the settlement agreement.
Yes.
Does that make sense?
Yep.
And I want to look at a few locations in here, but just for my understanding, I think you submitted, at least 3 versions of this from direct to rebuttal to the settlement. As I understand it, like the mechanics and what each thing is doing should be the same, independent of the version. It's just some of the assumptions about what is in, what is out, treatment of certain things may change, right?
For the most part, yes.
Okay, got it. Let me know if you see something that might work differently in a different version, but I just kind of assume this discussion generally works for most of those. So if we can start with the second tab, which is the 001 revenue requirement.
Yes.
I just want to get a kind of a firmer understanding from you. If we scroll down just a little online, scroll down just a touch more. Thanks. It's your line 23, documents line 29. Mostly I'll refer to the Excel. There's 2 Excels here. The Microsoft product Excels line number, just to keep us straight. So on that line, we see the gross up factor of 132.41%. Can you just talk me through at a pretty high level the mechanics of what that's doing and why here?
Sure. So if you think about at a high level and just conceptually what a revenue requirement is, you can think of it almost as like an upside down income statement. So if you think about what an income statement is, you start at the top with revenue, and then you have your expenses and you subtract them and you come down to net income. And in there's, you calculate, so you take your revenues and you subtract off your operating expenses and you come up with an operating income number. And then that's the number that you have to pay taxes on, income taxes on, right? That so far we're kind of all on the same page. And so what this gross up factor is doing is acknowledging the fact that the income tax amount that is being calculated on the row just above, so on Excel row 28, the 125 million, that number is, it's turning that number into a revenue number, acknowledging the fact that, so that $166 million, after it goes through rates and gets paid by customers, it turns into revenue on the income statement. So it shows up on that top line. And so the company is going to have to pay income tax expense on that revenue. And so what that gross up factor is doing is essentially incorporating into the tax amount the income taxes that get paid on that line item. And so this is a little bit different than, say, like O&M or other expenses because, so let's just take property tax expense, for example. So property tax expense exists as an expense item in the revenue requirement, and it would be in row 32. So that $1.6 billion, part of that number is property tax expense. So that property tax expense exists as an expense, but it also, after it gets turned into revenue through the rate making process, exists in revenue as well. And so when you have revenue minus expenses equals zero, there's no income tax effect to it. But that same situation doesn't exist for the income tax item on Excel row 28, because that is a calculation that's like a fallout of the net operating income. And so income tax expense gets built into the revenue line item, but there's not an offsetting operating expense called income taxes because that's derived on the income statement. And so without that tax gross up, there would be insufficient revenue to pay for the income taxes on that revenue due to the tax component of return. It's a little bit sort of circular, but does that make sense?
I think so, yes. And I've been working on this in my spare time trying to figure it out. So basically the premise is that part of the company's revenue requirement, in other words, customers pay for the income tax that the company will pay as a result of its revenues. Right?
Yes.
And then
Yes.
because that looks like more revenue because you're collecting from customers the amount of your income taxes or your calculated income taxes, I guess I would say, you add a little more to make sure that they pay for the income taxes as well as any tax on the revenue to pay the taxes.
You got it.
Okay. I was making sure I had it right. I understood because at first this one really baffled me, but I've taken some time to work through it. I wanted to make sure
That is not a simple concept in revenue requirements.
of the right understanding. Okay. Can we turn to 200, which is a few over? Perfect. Thank you. And I think you noticed I had let Ms. Crane know I would kind of bounce back and forth between 200 and 001. So I think she just put them side by side just to make this maneuvering a little easier. It's the same document. On Excel line 68 here, we've got the earnings before interest and taxes. You see that?
Yes.
And then the interest deduction a few lines below that. And then we've got a whole section of Schedule M's as we go down with the total of those on Excel line 145.
Yes.
Okay. So you talked in your direct testimony about timing differences and frequently that being related to accelerated tax depreciation. And so to my understanding, that's what these Schedule M's are doing, right? Like basically if you get accelerated depreciation from a tax perspective, the tax depreciation treatment will be pretty different than your accounting depreciation treatment. Is that generally what's going on here?
Yes, that's correct. Timing differences in Schedule M's are often used interchangeably. I think it's Schedule M of the federal tax form is where that comes from.
Okay. And this is pretty substantial. I mean, if we go down to line 145 on the Excel, we're talking about $220 million on an annual basis, right? Of this timing mismatch.
Yes, a couple things though. So these timing differences are they're pre-tax numbers, and so they look very large, but they actually get only used inside of the tax calculation itself. And the second thing is depending on what type of a timing difference it is. So there's two types at a high level. There's temporary and permanent. In the vast majority of our timing differences are temporary timing differences, as those are mostly the result of tax depreciation versus book depreciation. Temporary timing differences are offset pretty much dollar for dollar with deferred tax expense, which is this next category a little bit further down. And so they just look different because a timing difference is on a pre-tax basis, whereas a deferred tax expense is a post-tax basis. And what I mean by when I say that is you can derive the deferred tax expense amount by taking your temporary timing difference and multiplying it by the tax rate times -1. And so that's how it in the sense of a revenue requirement, that's how they all sort of fit together. And so and actually, if we just jump back to the revenue requirement tab real quick, everything's kind of more compressed so we can kind of see it a little bit easier. So on Excel row 14, that additions and deductions number is basically getting mostly offset by the deferred income taxes item on Excel row 24. So most of that $220 million is going to be a temporary timing difference that is being offset by that deferred income tax expense item. It's
I guess
just
what do you
running
mean by
through.
most? Because I'm looking at 220 million and it's offset by 22 million, so I wouldn't consider that most.
Right. So the $220 million, as I said, that's a pre-tax number. And so if you took that 220 million and you multiplied it by the sort of the composite income tax rate, which is about 24.5%, you would come to something that's much closer to the 22 million. And so since the 220
It comes
million
to like double that, right? Because it's 10%. I mean, 22 million is 10% of 229.
Right. Yeah, keeping in mind that some of the $220 million is permanent timing differences, which don't reverse through deferred tax expense.
Okay.
And so, but in a nutshell, that's sort of how timing differences or Schedule M's work and how they fit into the revenue requirement calculation and the income tax calculation. So temporary timing differences and deferred tax expense, those go together because they're one is a pre-tax, one's a post-tax, but they largely will offset each other.
Maybe. Agree to disagree if it shows largely. Okay, so the way I'm thinking of the Schedule M is like if we've got a new wind plant that comes in for tax purposes, you're able to depreciate it within the first few years. I'm not sure the number of years. But really on your books, you're amortizing it over to be determined 20, 25, 30 years. It sounds like in the early years that would result like for the impact of that project as a pretty severely negative Schedule M, and then it would gradually kind of correct back. Does that trend to zero, or does it ever go positive as the years go on and you kind of catch up?
So temporary timing differences, which in this case we're talking about differences between tax depreciation and book depreciation, those always go back to zero. And so it's exactly as you explained, where in the first year, book depreciation is, let's just assume 20-year asset life for book purposes. So book depreciation is 1/20th. So let's just say that's $20. Tax depreciation is accelerated, and it depending on exactly the type of asset in its life. There's IRS tables that show you exactly what that number is. But for example's sake, let's just say that tax depreciation is $30. And so you've got $20 book depreciation, $30 tax depreciation. So you have a $10 timing difference. And in this case, it is negative because tax depreciation is higher than book depreciation. And so you've got a $10 temporary timing difference because in the future it'll turn around due to differences between tax rules and financial book rules. And so that's sort of the beginning of where timing differences, and for that matter, ADIT starts from, because that timing difference is essentially put onto it's put into rate base as ADIT. And so that basically we're giving customers the financial benefit of the fact that the IRS has allowed accelerated depreciation on fixed assets.
Okay. Okay, so it has to do with this comparison of book depreciation and the tax depreciation, and then we make some magic out of there. So I have a question relative to the other issue here with regard to the potential change in wind plant depreciable life, book depreciable life here. So I'm curious if the commission changes that from 25 years to 30 years, as you've proposed in the settlement agreement, how does that impact the Schedule M? And have you already made those adjustments in your settlement cost of service?
So let's see. If we increase the book life by 5 years, that would decrease book depreciation because we're now spreading costs over a longer period of time. So that would make the timing difference a little bit bigger, which would over time, let's see. So that would make ADIT going forward over time, it would make ADIT a bit more negative until the point at which ADIT turns around and starts coming back towards zero. Because if you think about the way ADIT works, it starts at zero, and then as your timing differences are negative because your tax depreciation is higher than your book depreciation, ADIT goes negative, and then at some point, your book depreciation becomes larger than your tax depreciation, and so the ADIT tends back towards zero. So it starts at zero, becomes negative, then goes back to zero. And so by extending the book life a little bit more, I think it makes the ADIT go a little bit more negative. But in any given year, I think because this is a temporary timing difference, the change in the Schedule M or the timing difference is offset by the deferred tax expense that's incorporated into the tax calculation. So there's really no immediate revenue requirement impact of that. Going forward over time, it will show up through rate base through ADIT, but first year, there's the immediate reduction to depreciation expense because we're lowering it due to the longer life. But I believe the tax calculation is largely unaffected because we're really dealing with temporary timing differences, and those get offset between Schedule M's and deferred tax expense in this calculation that we're looking at on the screen.
Yeah. So I didn't intend to make you do like all the math on the spot or solve for the total. I guess my assumption is that if the book depreciation of assets like that change, you would be incorporating that into your cost of service to make sure. I mean, we're not going to sit here in 5 minutes and figure out what the outcome is, but that would be the proper treatment of it to ensure that the actual treatment at the end of this is what's used in the cost of service.
So we incorporated the reduction to depreciation expense for sure. That's definitely in there. The impact to ADIT isn't going to show up until the future, until it won't even start until rates become effective, because that's when we'll change depreciation rates, the book depreciation rates anyways. And so the ADIT portion doesn't really start to show up until it doesn't even start until August 29th of this year. And then the next rate case we file, the ADIT impact will be in those balances.
Okay, so you're saying it's inconsequential for this revenue requirement based on this information, but you will be incorporating any change to the book depreciation as it impacts, ADIT and these other things after
Correct.
that change is made. Okay.
That's correct. Going forward, the impact to Schedule M's, deferred tax expense, and ADIT will all be reflected in the next cost of service.
Okay. Okay, got it. And then what exactly are the permanent Schedule M's on 200? We also have permanent Schedule M's.
Sure. Wow, we're really going into like some detail on tax calc. All right.
Friday afternoon, we might as well.
So that is really the result of AFUDC, so allowance for funds used during construction. From IRS tax rules, the equity component of AFUDC is not taxed, and so it never shows up on our tax return, but it does show up as income on our books. And so because it's on our financial statements but not on our tax returns, that creates the permanent timing difference. So that's kind of what a permanent timing difference is something that is on one side but not both. So depreciation expenses is on both sides, right? There's tax depreciation and there's book depreciation. It just happens at different points in time. So it's temporary, but AFUDC equity is something that only exists on our financial books side. It's not an item that appears on our tax returns. And so because of that, it becomes a permanent timing difference.
Okay. And then what's the source? We can look at 200 if you want. It's like Excel line, 116 on. But what are the really significant adjustments? Like what's the basis of those? Because those turn all of those total utility values from severely negative to like severely positive values.
Yeah, so it's basically any of the adjustments that we made to plant or to rate base, so think we removed wildfire plant because that is recovered through the WMA. I removed the plant associated with Rocky Mountain Solar because that is now in the ECA, at least currently anyways. Comanche 2, Craig 1. So these items that were removed from rate base, all of those have, a plant and service, accumulated depreciation expense components, but they also have these timing difference and deferred tax expense components as well. So when we remove pieces of rate base or assets from rate base for whatever reason, we remove all components that impact the revenue requirement including the components that impact the tax calculation.
Okay. Okay, got it. Thank you. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out if there's a big swing. I'm very curious what is going on to make it happen. Okay, so now as we look on here, we've got on Excel line 149, the state income tax expense, and that goes over that column H is the adjusted total Colorado PUC.
Yes.
It's not like frozen, but that's what H is. So we've got the state income tax expense at 8.6 million, and then a few lines down the federal income tax expense at 39.2 million. You see those?
Yep.
I'm curious if we can go back to the revenue requirement tab just before, toward the top there. Oh no, yeah, there it is. Lines Excel 18 and 22 lists state income tax and federal income tax expenses also, but those are pretty significantly different numbers, those on schedule 200. So I'm curious if you can explain to me the difference.
Sure. You can think of the tax calc on the page we're looking at here as income taxes based on proposed rates. So based on the proposed rate base, the proposed WACC, everything that's in the cost of service. And so this is the as requested level of income taxes. Whereas on Schedule 200, what we're looking at there is income taxes at present rates. Maybe that's the best way to think about it is, so this is what was actually experienced based on actual 2025 revenues, actual 2025 expenses. And then you run the net operating income calculation and you come to a, maybe probably, I guess a way to say that is earned operating income, not, so on the revenue requirement, you have authorized return. This is earned return. Think of it that way. And that difference is what's causing the difference in income tax expense on this tab compared to what's on the revenue requirement tab. Does that make sense?
I think so. So this would be like more kind of based on like actuals, and then the revenue requirement is what you hope comes true at the end of the rate case.
Right.
Okay. And it's a pretty big difference. I mean, it's from state income tax expense from 8.6 million up to 18.2, and then federal from 39 to 83.
Right. And that's sort of the reason that the revenue deficiency, that's part of the reason the revenue deficiency is so big, is because current revenues are not sufficient to cover operating expenses plus the authorized return. And so that difference, we have to pay our operating expenses. So any shortfall comes out of net operating income. It makes it smaller than what the authorized return is. And that difference is showing up in the tax calc because we just have less net income to pay taxes on, or operating income to pay taxes on.
Got it. Okay. Okay, so just a little further down, these are the deferred taxes you were talking about before that to some degree offset the Schedule M. Hear that. So looking again, like let's say at a wind plan where you've got most of your tax benefits up front, but your actual book depreciation is taking longer. In those first few years where the company's getting that accelerated depreciation, not necessarily paying taxes on the asset up front, that's when those deferred taxes are kind of primarily accumulating. Is that correct?
Yeah. So two things are happening. So the deferred tax expense portion of the revenue requirement is shows up as a large negative, as a large positive number. So it's increasing the revenue requirement. But at the same time, ADIT, which is in rate base, is accumulating and getting bigger, and that's a reduction to the to rate base, and so therefore a reduction to the revenue requirement. So that's also accumulating as well. And because, for example, wind have such short tax lives, the ADIT accumulates very quickly.
Okay. So as I understand it, like this, especially the tax treatment, like all this combination has led to fairly large ADIT balances, right? I think it's like 2.4 billion compared to a $12.5 billion rate base.
Right. If we go to the tab 100, we can see it there.
Yeah, there it is.
Yep. So if we just scroll down,
I think it's line 128.
Yeah, there we go. So total ADIT is 2.4 billion. And that's a reduction to rate base because it's a negative.
Okay.
Compared to the net plant of 14 billion roughly, off the top of my head.
And so then the theory goes, or the process goes, if you keep it seems as though with the tax depreciation the way that it is, if you keep having these really significant investments, the ADIT appears to be growing. And then it would only be if you have kind of disproportionately more of these assets after that phase of their life than you do new ones, that you would see this beginning to decline, right?
Yeah, so if we got to a point, like a steady state point where we're no longer investing at the rate we're investing now, we're kind of, let's just say we're like at a steady state. The assets that were placed into service now that are creating this $2.4 billion reduction to rate base, that ADIT would start to reverse. It's called unwind. It would start unwinding, and ADIT would then trend back towards zero over time.
Okay. Yeah, I guess what I'm trying to figure out is like, given the tax treatment and the companies, I think it's heard it described as an investment cycle or something like that, meaning you're expecting very large capital investments coming.
Yes.
I guess when, customers are paying this deferred tax, assuming that at some point there actually will be tax liability for the company. It's my understanding you're not in a tax liability situation. So I'm trying to figure out, like, at some point, does this not make sense anymore, where we're just keep collecting deferred taxes, but given this investment cycle and the tax treatment, there's really not a time in the near future it's expected that will actually flip.
If we could actually jump back to the revenue requirement tab real quick. So you're correct that we will be collecting the deferred taxes. So in this case, the $22 million on Excel row 24. But because of the presence of the timing differences on Excel row 14, that is making the state income tax expense and the federal income tax expense numbers, so the 18 and the 83 million, those numbers are lower because of the presence of that Schedule M. And so oftentimes the line items that are state and federal income taxes, they're oftentimes called current tax expense, whereas line 24 is deferred tax expense. So this difference between tax depreciation and book depreciation is lowering current tax expense, but it's increasing deferred tax expense dollar for dollar. And that's sort of what I mean by it offsets the Schedule M offsets deferred tax expense. It's really just shifting tax expense between amounts we have to pay now versus amounts we have to pay later. But the cost of service, the tax calculation sort of factors all of that in.
Okay. I'll move on to tax credits. We're just
okay
going down the list. Okay. So on 200, if we keep going down, we've got tax credits like line 188 or so. I'll actually say it's probably going to be better for us to go to 201 IS. Sorry, Miss Crane, it's a few over to the right. Because 201 has basically just the detail behind all of this, right? And so let's see, Excel line 182 should be the tax credits. Am I wrong? Let me see. Oh, no, 1,408. Maybe a lot of lines here.
Yes.
See if we get there, sorry. Yeah, let's see. Okay, tax credits. Ooh, can we change the view? Can you just go up to view and do normal? Thanks. Oh, I'm sorry. Up to the beginning. Okay, so these are tax credits. I will say this caught my attention because the tax credit line on the revenue requirement tab in your direct testimony was negative, and now it's positive in rebuttal and settlement. So I was looking into these. So if you see Excel line 1408 and 1409, Those look to be transfer of line 1408. It says transferability cost solar PTC, and the one right below it is transferability wind PTC. Do you see those?
Yes.
Okay. And those are at least the wind one is a pretty significant number, $5.67 million. And I was curious, what are those? I'm presuming that's some transaction that happened in the second half of 2025.
So those items are related to the two right above it. So it's labeled Schedule M 149 wind power credit and then Schedule M 317 solar credit. So those two line items represent the production tax credits that are generated by wind and solar facilities. And so if we scrolled over to the right, we would see those two line items those are very large negatives because those are credits that that the company earns.
They're positive. That's part of what was throwing me off.
So yes, the transferability line items are positive because they represent the transaction costs for selling PTCs to third parties. Because we have so much tax depreciation and we generate so many PTCs from our renewable resources, we have more PTCs than we're able to use on our own tax returns. And so in order to be able to utilize those, we sell them to third parties. And there was a docket, a few years ago when transferability was first passed as part of, I think it was the Inflation Reduction Act, if I remember correctly. We did the analysis to determine that it is more cost effective for us to sell PTCs to third parties and get the cash that way, rather than putting those PTCs in rate base as a deferred tax asset, meaning an increased rate base, and waiting until we had the taxable income to be able to claim those tax credits.
Right. So I guess
and
what
so-
am I looking at in line? Let's say 1409, which is the wind, transferability wind. I'm looking at a cost. I've got 5.3 million in a cost, right? Not
Right.
income. That is the cost, the transaction cost of selling those wind PTCs.
Right. That's correct.
And that's, I'm presuming, I will say just these are lines that did not exist in the direct cost of service. You can look, but it's like your attachment, a whatever F1. These are just brand new lines. So is this some transaction presumably that happened in the second half of 2025, which made it not show up in your direct?
That could be the case, maybe. At the end of the day, though, all these things are in the ECA, so they shouldn't be affecting base rates at all. And so that's actually what I'm a little bit concerned about. I want to make sure that
All right.
they're
So
all-
I have two notes for you then. I think we're on the same page here. My first note, column G here, if we can go just a little left. Column G lists these as looks like steam production functional allocator. So I just had a question about that. You see that? Column G. Column G is in girl. You can see it says.
So for the purposes of the revenue requirement, actually column G is not used. That's actually an item that would show up in a phase 2 case, but since this is only a phase 1, that allocation is not being
Understood.
applied.
In the case that you all are gonna file a phase 2 in the next 12 months, I just wanted to make sure if there was a mistake there that.
Yeah, and it should actually be PTCs should be allocated to the functions based on energy because that's how they're generated. And
Okay.
so that's how in the phase 2 case, that's how it should show up.
Okay, just in case that was an inappropriate entry, I wanted to bring that to your attention because it didn't strike me as something that would be.
Yep, I appreciate that. We can make sure that
Type expense.
is fixed.
Okay, and then you hit the nail on the head of my question of does this really belong here versus I understood the PTC transactions, both the revenue and the cost associated with the transaction to be an ECA issue. The reason this caught my attention is if it flows through, whereas on the revenue requirement tab, Excel line 25 then pulls the tax credits totals. So it appears to me to be pulling this information into your revenue requirement tab.
Yeah, I would agree with you. It does look like to me that those two items are making their way into the revenue requirement. That needs to be fixed. I can fix that.
Okay, got it. Okay. And then, yeah, just like for comparison purposes, in your direct case, the tax credits line there, I'm not saying it would be identical, but in your direct case, it was like negative 3 million. And now it's positive almost 3 million. Largely, it looks like because of those costs.
Yep. Yeah, the top item, the R&E credit, that does properly belong in base rates. But these the wind power credits, the solar credit, and then the transaction costs offsetting those should all be in ECA.
Okay, got it. I guess maybe we'll talk about it at the end of this with the chair when we get a revised version.
Yep.
But it seems like we could get a revised version. Okay, back to okay, hold on, let me see. I had a few questions, but I feel like maybe some are answered already. So let me see where I am on my list here. Okay, got it. Okay, got it. Okay, I think those are my tax questions. I have a few other questions for you, but I think they'll be less tedious. Okay, so I wanted to go on to earned return.
Okay.
So in your rebuttal testimony, you had showed a table that showed the company's earned returns. I think we're done with this exhibit, Ms. Crane. I'm pretty sure. So in your rebuttal, you showed a table. It was APF R4 where you showed the company's earned returns from 2017 through 2025. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
Okay. For 2025, you had listed the earned return as 5.73%. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
Okay. I sent over to Ms. Crane Excel's 2025 Q4 earnings presentation, which shows the company reporting an earned ROE of 7.55%. So I was curious what the difference is. We can pull it up if you'd like. We have it ready. But what is the difference in what's being presented in that investor It's on page 24. What's being shown in this investor presentation versus in your testimony to us on your earned ROE?
Sure. There's a couple of things going on. So for one, this is total PSCO operating company, so it's gas, electric, thermal. And it's also on GAAP rules as opposed to regulatory accounting rules, if you will. Whereas, so that's what this is. The 5.8, whatever the exact number was, 87 or something like that. That you can think of as base rate electric only return. And so it is excluding anything in riders. So, TCA capital or TCAD capital, or there's a little bit of capital associated with Rocky Mountain Solar. That facility is in the ECA. So that rate base and those revenues are not factored into the 5.87 because they're not in base rates. Because the 5.87 is coming out of the Appendix A annual report, which the scope of that report is essentially to what would a rate case look like and what does the earned return look like for base rates if you used actual information from your current year, but you used all of the same regulatory principles that were established in your last base rate case. And so that's why we're pulling the financial impact of riders out for the purposes of the Appendix A. And so all of the revenues that's associated and costs associated with TCA, TCAD, GMAC, well, that didn't exist in 25, but TCA, TCAD, and the Rocky Mountain Solar facility that's in ECA, those are kind of off to the side and not impacting the Appendix A 5.87, but they are incorporated into the 755. And so that difference that's accounting for the vast majority of the difference.
Okay. And I will say in 2024, there was a better match between these two sources. So is it in part the case that because we have significant amount new riders, and I think those riders kind of disproportionately target capital expenses versus O&M, that you are seeing the base rate number look lower because those riders have been taken out, which largely center around these capital expenditures.
I think that's right. And I think it's a function of the way that the Appendix A is established, rather than using the regulatory principles established from the most recent base rate case. It might be better, at least in my opinion, if I was trying to get a better look at what a utility's earned return was, I'd want to do it where everything gets put into the analysis rather than trying to make it look like what a rate case was. I'm not sure if there's a way to accomplish that, but that's just thinking out loud. That's how I would try to show what a true earned return is from for the electric utility, for example, is have everything including stuff that is in riders.
Okay. And that's not necessarily how it was done in your table of APF R4.
Right. Because that table is reflecting the results of the Appendix A filing, the annual reports in the Appendix A.
Okay. Thank you for that. I was trying to
figure
out, and it seems logical that we have an increasing mismatch between these two because we have a significant amount more money in riders.
Exactly.
From 2020.
Oh, in the wildfire WMA, that's one more source of large amounts of capital that is not in the Appendix A because that's in a rider.
Yep. Okay, awesome. Ms. Cream, we can take this down. Chairman, I don't know the situation about putting exhibits in. I don't know if we need it, but I think it was helpful for illustrative purposes.
If you want to rely on as evidence in making your decision, you should put it in. If it was just for the purpose of framing your questions to Mr. Freitas, you don't need it in.
I think it was helpful to understand the issue, so I guess I would suggest we put it in.
Any objection, Mr. Zimmer?
No.
Sorry, it had an exhibit number on the top. Ms. Crane can read it for us if you need it.
I think it's clear, so we're good.
Okay, great, thanks. Okay, question on the regulatory assets. Regarding the inclusion of the regulatory assets that have expenses that go past the effective date of rates. Are you familiar?
Yes.
So are you saying that if we include those in here, that the company would essentially consider those regulatory assets closed after this rate case?
Yeah, that's essentially what we're doing. So if you think about the table that's in the settlement agreement that lists all the regulatory assets, what we're really talking about is Aegis, the EV make ready asset, and wildfire, the 2020 WMP deferral. So those three regulatory assets are basically ending at the end of this when rates become effective from this case, because the assets that are creating those regulatory assets are getting rolled into base rates. So we don't need that regulatory asset anymore. And so what we had done, and I talk about this in my testimony, I think my rebuttal testimony in particular, is that for those assets, we know sort of we know what the assets are that are creating the deferral. We know the depreciation rate that is applied to those assets. And so there's not really it's not a forecast per se, in that there's uncertainty. It's sort of more like, if you were to project out what your mortgage payment is going to be in 5 years, we can do that because we know what the balance is, we know what the interest rate is, we know what the term is. And so it's sort of just more of a mathematical calculation. It's the same concept with those three regulatory assets. And so, our position is that just from a regulatory efficiency perspective, let's just extrapolate out those balances through the rate effective date, because we know that they're going to be gone after that. And so we can just take care of those three items in this case and be done with it, rather than having to maintain a portion of those regulatory assets on our books until the next case, which really only represent January 1 of 26 through August 28th, 2026. It's just that short period of time that we would have to just deal with later. Whereas our approach is just, we can extrapolate out through rate effective date, take care of it all now, and then these will be gone.
Okay, and is there any issue with regard to like FERC or other accounting standards in doing it that way?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I asked. I have a question on pension costs. In your direct testimony, the company has stated that the retail pension costs in the test year will set the deferral. And I just wanted to compare within your direct, when you use that on in table APF D11, it looks like you use the total electric and not the retail allocated portion.
So you're talking about for the pension tracker, is that?
Yeah, I think
like
so.
the
If we
baseline?
want to just pull up your direct testimony table APF D11, see if I can figure out what page that's on. APF D11. Can we just search that maybe? Oh, perfect. Okay, so here in the non-qualified pension, you pull 290,525. You see that?
Yes.
Okay, and then if we go up a couple pages, we'll find table APF D9. One more table. There you go. you can see that
Oh.
290,525 number again
Yep.
for non-qualified pension. It's in the total electric column, not the CPUC column. So I was wondering
Yes.
if you're pulling over the right amount or if you're pulling over the total amount inadvertently.
So in this case, and this is direct, which these numbers would have changed when we updated it to the actual 2025 amounts. But you're correct. In this case, we should be pulling the 278 amount down to the tracker baseline down below.
Okay,
I
maybe we
forget
can just
where, I think
check
it's in the
that
settlement agreement. Yeah, I think in the settlement agreement, there's a table that outlines the tracker baselines that will be established from this case going forward, and
Okay.
we can confirm that those are the retail amounts.
Maybe I'll leave that to you and Mr. Zomer. If you can confirm to me we're taking just the retail amount in the company's latest version, that would be very helpful. And then I think we're done with this, pretty sure. Okay, just a couple more questions. Sorry to torture you with so much spreadsheet on Friday afternoon, but I get the feeling you like the spreadsheet. So, so a couple questions on mineral rights. So as I understand it, the company has not put the gain of that sale in the cost of service, right?
Correct.
Okay. What'd you say? You're flowing it through the ECA under the settlement agreement?
That's correct.
For
The ECA.
50% through the ECA
Right.
through the settlement agreement? Okay. And I was trying to figure out in let me see which number this is. I haven't seen it in any of the documents that I've been looking at, like in APF 25. And I was trying to figure out, even if you don't intend to flow it through as part of rate base, would you still show it and then just do an adjustment? Like, I guess I was a little confused that I wasn't seeing it represented at all. And if that was really the appropriate way to deal with it.
We could do that, if it makes more sense from a transparency perspective. We can put a line item in there in the regulatory asset section that shows this amount, and then have an adjustment that removes that exact same amount, noting that it's going to go through the ECA. I think given the short amount of time we had between answer and rebuttal and settlement, it was faster to just not include it because you got to the same place.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, if you're asking my personal opinion, I think for transparency purposes, it's helpful to see it rather than not see it, so we know what happened. And then I was just curious, given the treatment of that, are there other gains or losses in the test year that don't appear in the cost of service?
No, there's no other gains or losses.
Okay, so that one was kind of unique. That was the only gain that's not being shown. Okay. Okay, let me see. Okay, one more topic, but it's brief. So when we look at the situation agreed to in the settlement agreement of like taking the legacy meters and moving those to long-term debt only as a recovery. I'm curious how functionally that works, especially given in the macro sense, if the company gets what they've asked for in the settlement agreement and gets a 54.5 equity to debt ratio, does that just get made up elsewhere? Like if you're targeting that overall percentage and we have this one asset that gets treated differently, is there really an adjustment and like you end up at, I'm making up numbers, but like 54.2 in real life because of the treatment of this specific asset? Or does it get balanced out where something else just ends up with more equity percentage?
So from a debt to equity perspective, the company doesn't capitalize individual assets. We capitalize our entire rate base, and we do that on a total operating company basis, not gas versus electric. When our treasury team goes out, and you can ask Mr. Wayner about this on Monday more, when they go out to capitalize public service, they're looking at all of the capital needs across the entire operating company. So we're not raising debt for the legacy meters or small pieces of individual assets. What we're doing really is we're using the overall capital structure that is established in a rate case, but what we're doing is we are changing the equity portion of that capital structure and setting its rate equal to the long-term debt rate. And so we're still funding, like legacy meters, for example, we're still funding that asset with the same combination of debt and equity as we are with the rest of rate base, but we're just setting the return on the equity component for that one asset at the same rate as the long-term cost of debt. So we're reducing the equity portion of the capital structure for that asset. And the way we do that inside of the cost of service is I basically calculate the difference between here's what the return is at full WACC, here's what the return is at just debt only, assuming that the equity and debt rates are set equal to each other at the long-term debt rate. And that difference is put into miscellaneous revenue as an increase to revenue, and so therefore a decrease to the deficiency. And so that's how we accomplish it through the cost of service. Since anything that's in rate base, rate base is just is one big number. Anything that is in rate base gets applied the weighted average cost, the total weighted average cost of capital. And so if there are any assets that are earning something like a long-term debt rate, we accomplish that by adjusting other operating revenues to account for that.
Okay, basically a manual adjustment to act as if that, to act like that asset got that treatment when in reality there's just this giant.
That's right. And I think attachment 5 to the settlement agreement is the calculation of the revenue requirement for legacy meters. I think that it might show that calculation for you, so you can kind of see how it's done.
Okay, and I think there is some remaining controversy, right, about the company including a tax gross up, like on a return for, let's say, the legacy meters when there's an agreement, it's at long-term debt. Understanding this is just a mathematical correction, but I think what people think they agree to is that you're representing that as a long-term debt financing.
Yeah, the disagreement is around what is actually happening really in the background. So are we when we are ordered a long-term debt return on legacy meters, for example, does that really mean go fund that asset with long-term debt? Or is that more like I had to just describe where the equity and debt components of the capital structure for that asset are set equal to the long-term debt rate? And based on the way that I understand that the company is capitalized in terms of debt and equity, what's really happening from an operational perspective is the way I describe it, where legacy meters is still being funded with the same mix of debt and equity. It's just that the equity component is earning a lower return. And so because there still is an equity component, even though it's earning at a lower rate, there is still an income tax obligation associated with that equity component. And so therefore there needs to be a tax gross up.
Is the lower rate, it's all hypothetical, but is the lower rate of that hypothetical equity component considered in the gross up?
It's
Or
considered
based on
in
9.3 or whatever.
It's considered in the return against which taxes are calculated. So the lower equity return means that there's just lower income taxes to pay. But the actual gross up factor itself is a calculation based on tax rates, not equity rates.
Okay, so you mean in like the giant pot of it all, you're paying this much less? income tax because, okay.
Right.
Um,
Yeah.
all right, thank you for allowing me to torture you with those detailed questions on Friday afternoon. I appreciate it. So that's all I got.
Just one question before we take a quick break. Commissioner Goman, do you still have questions for Ms. Lovely?
No, I think we got them answered. Thanks. I think that's it.
All right, let's take a 10-minute break till 3:20 and we'll come back at 3:20. You out there, Mr. Zomer? Yep, there you
Sorry,
are.
I turned the microphone on, not the camera. Sorry.
Okay. We're back on the record in the Public Service Company of Colorado electric rate case. Mr. Freitas, I just want to follow up with you a little bit on that conversation you had with Mr. Bunker about end of year versus 13-month average rate base, and see if I got the intuition right. Can we pull up Hearing Exhibit 131 APF 20 at page 2? And I think you said to Mr. Bunker that this is the actual, not forecasted spending with the end of year rate base. Is that right?
APF 20 would be actual, yes.
Okay. And you can just go down to the next page. So you can see rate base is 12.616 on line 3. Is that right?
Yes.
And a WACC of 7.44%. 2025 earnings are 939 on line 5. I think I got that right?
938.
Okay. I rounded up. And total taxes gross are 180.4 on line 24. You see
Correct.
that?
Yep. Yep.
And O&M is 1.652 billion on line 26. Right?
That would be O&M and depreciation expense and taxes other than income.
Okay. Can we keep this available, but can you go to APF 23? And same, if you can go to the same page. And I just want to go through the same thing. So rate base is now 12.043 or $573 million lower. And the earnings on rate base are 896 on line 5 or $43 million lower. And taxes are 170.4 on 24 or $10 million lower. And it looks like O&M with depreciation and taxes is 1.644 billion or 8 million lower. Would you agree with all that?
Yes.
And what drives the O&M difference between 13-month average versus end of year?
So most of that difference is going to be the depreciation expense, because in APF 20, we've got depreciation annualization, but in APF 23, that one was prepared without that depreciation expense adjustment. That's the vast majority of it. There's a little bit of changes and allocators in there, but that's pretty minor.
Okay. So just so I understand, so the difference between these two approaches is $43 million in earnings, sort of whatever, 7.44% WACC times the whatever, $570 million difference in rate base, $10 million in taxes, which I guess is the corporate tax rate plus state taxes, and 8 million in O&M. Is that sort of the intuition behind how we got to the 61 million?
Correct.
And would this difference of about 61 million roughly translate to what the opposition parties are asking for in the settlement agreement? Or it sounds like not. It'd be more like $8 million lower. So 53 million would be a better number to think about the impacts of the settlement agreement and credit metrics and all that stuff.
I'm not quite sure I'm following your question.
So right, as I understand the issue in this case, I mean, lots of other differences, but one of the things the opposition is asking for is to maybe do the settlement agreement plus a 13-month average rate base, right? And I'm just trying to figure out what that would look like. would you just take out the 61 in the exact way we calculated it, or would it be like 53?
It'd be a little bit lower. The impact of, maybe say it this way, the impact of 13-month average rate base on the settlement cost of service, attachment APF 29, would be a little bit lower because the WACC is lower, right?
That I
Because
get,
you
and
know,
that's a couple million. That's easy,
yeah.
but what about the O&M?
That would there would be a depreciation expense impact as well, because the settlement agreement does explicitly include depreciation expense annualization.
Okay. So it'd be it'd be like a $59 million difference in revenue requirement. More or less. I know it's not exact on this record. We don't have the exact number, but that would be roughly it.
Order of magnitude, and you know, that's something I could calculate that out exactly.
Okay. I'm just trying to understand the intuition. You can take this down. Thanks. I just have one more thing for you. I have some concerns. I don't think they're addressable in this case, but I'd like to raise them. And you may not be able to answer the ultimate question, which is a process question. It may be a statement of position thing, but if you would humor me and allow me to walk through the concern as best you can, and we'll do it with a full understanding. You may not be the perfect witness. I don't know if the perfect witness exists in this case. But the first question, I think you do know. So it sounds like there's $110 million, put aside the TCA-D and distribution expenses. Just in terms of transmission related TCA, that's about $110 million revenue requirement in 2025. And that represents something like $1.5 billion of capital spending. Is that, again, not exact, but rough intuition?
Yeah, so if we think about the size of the rider roll-in amount in this case, that's $116 million for just the TCA. And that represents the amount of capital currently in the TCA that would move into base rates. So I think that.
And the intuition for capital is just dividing the 110 million by whatever the WACC is averaged over time. Okay. And do you know what, I thought I saw an estimate for the 2026 TCA. Do you know if that's on this record?
I don't think it is. I think we were using 2025 TCA levels. I think it's been sort of mentioned. I think it's like I don't know. I thought it was $170 million for just the TCA, maybe, but I'd have to check exactly what it is.
So that would be another $2 billion. That's the number I have in my notes. That would be another $2 billion worth of transmission capital.
Well, that 170 includes the 116 or the 110. So another incremental for 2026. It's not that. Not that
so
much.
More like $1 billion. It'd be 60 million. Okay.
Yeah.
Yesterday, let me represent to you that I had a conversation with Mr. Piquet that divided capital spending into 3 or 4 buckets. One of his buckets was steel for fuel spending, and other involved beneficial electrification, and a third was capital spending to replace aging infrastructure. We also discussed that the commission seemed to have an evolving policy that tended to provide accelerated cost recovery for investment that lowered costs or increased revenues, such as buckets 1 and 2, but perhaps provided less attractive cost recovery for replacing aging assets that's important, but may not produce downward pressure on customer rates. It sounds like you were listening yesterday, and would you accept that characterization of the conversation?
I remember that conversation.
Okay. And in the transmission space, this policy at first appears to have been implemented in the last rate case, which was also combined with a TCA proceeding. And I can pull up the decision, but see if you would agree that the language was in the decision was to ensure the TCA primarily promotes new construction and expansion of transmission facilities, including, for example, the development of the CPP. To implement that goal, the decision defined, and now I'm quoting, the transmission project eligible for recovery through the TCA as those that result in a net increase in transmission capacity. Would you accept that that captures the decision? And I can pull it up. I have it marked and standing by.
You don't have to do that. I recall that decision from the 22 case.
Okay. And actually, this one I think I will pull up. Can you pull up hearing exhibit 1521? And let me represent to you that this is direct testimony from Mr. Rozak, a company witness, in an advice letter filing from 2023. You can see the proceeding number. And this is where we implemented that revised approach to TCA policy we just discussed. Do you see that that's direct testimony from that case?
Yes.
Can we turn to page 9, line 7? And it says here, to determine whether a 2024 transmission project would result in a net increase in transmission capacity, the company evaluated whether the project would result in increased capacity at the element or circuit level based on a comparison between the rated capacity values pre and post project. Did I read that right?
Yes.
And is it reasonable to assume that that definition determines whether a project is allowed to be included in the TCA?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Okay, you can take this down. And I think your most recent TCA filing was made in October 25 in 25AL-0494E. Can we pull up what has been marked as hearing exhibit 1522? And let me represent that this is the transmission project description attached to that October 2025 advice letter filing. Subject to later check, would you scroll over to, all the way to the right so we can see would you accept, subject to later check, that characterization of this document?
Yes, I recognize this is attachment 3.
Okay. Can you just scroll down the item 775? You can stop there. If you can just expand so you can see it. Do you see purpose of project regional expansion? I think that's the Colorado Power Pathway.
Yep, I do.
All right. Can you go up to item number 1? Just all the way up to the top. And do you see a summary description of work performed?
Yes.
Rebuild, and just scroll through the items. And I think you can see, just slowly scroll down. All of these are rebuild, tear down, rebuild, tear down. Is it fair to say most of these, and again, subject to later check? Keep going. You can stop. So do you see most of these are all asset renewable, rebuild, and reliability investments? Those, again, subject to later check. And, we haven't really got into the dollar amounts. Does it look like items 1 through 74 are generally asset renewal, rebuild, and reliability investments?
I noticed that in some of the items, they were wildfire related.
True.
And as I understand the scope of the TCA, it is, as you explained, it is elements that increase transfer capability on the transmission system, but it is also transmission projects related to the wildfire, so the approved through the WMP, Those are eligible for TCA recovery regardless of whether they are increasing capacity or not. And then there's also a bucket of transmission projects that are, for lack of a better term, grandfathered. So they were, if you recall, and I'm sure you do, the decision in the 22 case that was consolidated with the TCA became the new rules requiring capacity expansion became effective with projects starting in 2024, if I remember correctly. But the test year for the last electric rate case was calendar year 2022. So there was this year, 2023, that had some transmission projects that were sort of like caught in the middle, if you will. And what was decided, if I remember correctly, is that that year would still use the eligibility criteria from prior to that decision. So in 2023, any transmission project incremental to the test year was eligible for the TCA. It was only starting in calendar year 2024 where we then applied the new criteria of does it increase transfer capability or not.
Fair enough.
So with that caveat in mind, I'm not quite sure exactly what those projects are, but they could be, one of those two as well. And then I will also mention that it's also my understanding that these are like what we call level 2 projects, meaning they're like sub levels of a larger project. So if the larger project is overall is increasing transfer capability, then all elements of that project also are included in the TCA because they're needed for that overall project. So the Colorado Pathway, for example, land is needed to build the stuff on. We need to put the transmission tower somewhere, and so we have to buy land for the right-of-ways. Land by itself doesn't increase transfer capability, but we can't build pathway without the land, and so therefore the land is eligible because it's part of the overall project that is increasing transfer capability. And so there could be some of that in there as well. I don't know if I'm quite close enough to this to speak to any specific line item on this schedule, but just in general, that is the approach that the company has used on figuring out, which elements or which projects are included in the TCA versus what are not.
Well, sounds like you may be a pretty good witness to have asked these questions too. So, I'm not going to ask about any individual project. And on this list, I'd assume, well, I know some of them projects are eligible for the TCA and some are not. But assume for purposes of this question that there's an ongoing concern about broad elevated levels of capital spending, given that it has increased from under $2 billion in 2022 to over $5 billion in 2025. And I guess I have two questions that I'm not expecting you'll be able to answer. But first, how much has the non-wildfire, projects that aren't part of regional expansion, but asset renewable and reliability projects increased since 2021, both in the TCA and outside it? And second, depending on the answer to the first, does the company have any advice about the best way to potentially revisit the criteria we're using to determine which asset renewable and reliability projects get included in the TCA? And assume we'd want to look at this, either simultaneously with or prior to the next TCA filing. So do you have any advice where we can sort of look at what, just sort of the history of this, what's in the TCA, what's not in the TCA, whether there's scope creep, and sort of potentially revisiting the approach that was adopted in Mr. Rozak's testimony.
So in terms of what is in the TCA, I would maybe direct you to these attachment 3s in the TCA filings themselves, because they list out every single project that's being proposed to be included in the TCA. And then if you scroll to the right a little bit, they give a line element rating prior to and then a line element rating after. So that's the criteria that Mr. Rozak was talking about in his testimony in terms of does it meet the eligibility requirements. So I would maybe suggest looking at these attachments going back to 2023 anyways. That's when the change took effect in term to figure out and see here's what's in the TCA. And then in terms of what's not in the TCA, that one,
I think it's on this spreadsheet too. At least some of the prior ones had TCA versus non-TCA. I guess what I'm asking, since I mean, I could do that, but it wouldn't be admissible as evidence unless you wanted to cross-examine me. So I guess I'm looking for some help trying to pull that together and just see if there's been creep about ordinary course transmission projects increasing in the TCA. I mean, we could just wait till October. I'm not a big fan of suspending advice letter filings like that. I mean, I guess we could bifurcate that and let the CPP stuff go and look at it in the other ones. So I don't think I'm not looking for you to answer it now. But does that concern make sense to you, Mr. Freitas?
It does, and maybe one suggestion I have is, in October, if we wanted to wait until that point in time, I don't think we necessarily have to suspend the advice letter. We could let it go into effect, and knowing that the TCA does have a true up, and so we could let the advice letter go into effect, have a proceeding where we can explore all of these issues. And then at the end of that proceeding, whatever's decided can be implemented through the true up process of the TCA. So that's one way to not. I'm sorry, was that?
When's the true up?
The true up happens at the same time that we file the TCA for the upcoming year. So in October, we will file the TCA for 2027, but we will also true up 2025. So it all happens at the same time.
Well, all right. I think I'd like to see it before October 27, but appreciate the suggestion. All right. Well, I guess you could file the data if we ask for it in this rate case. You could file the data in October 2026. And then see if there's a need to suspend. Maybe your thing, your proposal works. So, all right. Any other advice about how to look at this?
I would also maybe, I think Mr. Deagle's testimony attachments, I think provide, at least going back to the last rate case, provide project level information on transmission projects, at least through 2025 anyways, because that's what this rate case is concerning. So that might provide some additional information on the level of transmission investment and the types.
And especially on these asset renewable and reliability requirement projects, it sounds like Mr. Deagle's testimony is the best place for detailed project budgets. Given the cost overruns we've seen, how do we keep costs under control? Seems like when we do PIMs, those costs came in at or below expectation, but when we don't do PIMs, it seems messy. So any advice on how we get the project level detail, and how would we, from a process perspective, develop PIMs if that's the way the parties in the commission wanted to go?
I would maybe check with Mr. I know he's already been up on the stand, but he is probably the best person to really talk about how transmission projects are planned, how the cost estimates are developed, and additional measures that the company has taken to try to refine those cost estimates to hopefully head off some of the issues that have been raised in this proceeding regarding cost overruns. I think some of that's in his testimony, but he's definitely the better person he's the expert in that area. Certainly not me.
You can take this down. I think that's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Freitas. Mr. Zemmer, redirect.
Thank you, Chair Blank. Mr. Freitas, I'd like to start with your discussion with Commissioner Gilman about tax gross up. Is it your understanding that applying a tax gross up is a common thing done in regulatory rate making?
Yes, it's standard rate making revenue requirement calculations.
Okay, and then can we pull up hearing exhibit 143? Oh, I'm sorry. 134, Mr. Freitas's rebuttal testimony. And can we go to page 23? And you had a discussion, if we scroll down a little bit, about this with Mr. Bunker and about the company's earned versus authorized return. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Is it your understanding that, and he brought up timing of rate cases and different factors, but is this discussion that you're having reflect the actual results of every year as opposed to what occurs in a test year?
Yes, this table is the actual earned returns based on the Appendix A annual reports to the commission.
Okay, and then you also had a discussion with Mr. Bunker, and if we could pull up hearing exhibit 157, I just wanted to clarify one thing. And could we go to page 14? Sorry, just a second. I'm sorry, Ms. Crane. Could we go to the settlement exhibit 157 actually, or 155? And can we go to page 17? If we scroll down to paragraph 31, you had a conversation with Mr. Bunker about the rate rate-based convention used in the settlement test year. And you testified that year end is used. Do you recall that?
Yes.
But are there some exceptions to that?
There are, and those are the items that are on the screen right now.
And those
Those are pretty standard. Those have been treated in this manner for many, many rate cases. So this is having different methodologies for different items and rate bases is pretty standard. It's been done for many many rate cases, and there's good reasons behind it.
Okay. And these are the same exceptions that were used in the company's rebuttal testimony revenue requirement. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. Could we pull up hearing exhibit 156? And go to page 19. You had a conversation with Mr. Kaufman about customer benefit or about customer benefits associated with the year-end rate-based convention. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Is it your understanding that Mr. Piquet's testimony here identifies some of the important aspects from the company's perspective of using year-end rate base? Do some of those also relate to customer benefits?
They do. As seen here and in the settlement agreement, it is a carefully crafted outcome that allows both the company to continue making the investments that serve customers and provide the safe and reliable service that they want, while also recognizing the concerns of the parties to the settlement. So, one aspect of the settlement being year-end rate base, but it is a component of an overall larger package that does attempt to serve both customer benefits and customer interests as well as company interests.
And for the rate base that's used in the settlement test year, that involves capital additions through December 31st, 2025. Is that your understanding?
That's correct.
What does that mean in terms of those assets being available to serve customers during the period rates are in effect?
So during the period rates are in effect, all of the assets placed into service through the end of 2025 are fully serving customers during the rate effective period. And in fact, they were serving customers. They're serving customers right now, and so they've been serving customers from essentially January 1st through today. And right now they're not in rates, and so customers are getting the benefit of those assets without yet having to pay for the cost of those through rates.
And here on Mr. Piquet's testimony on line 11, he talks about additional regulatory lag through the use of 13-month average rate base. And in your rebuttal testimony, you talked about both that topic as well. Can you discuss how that fact that the assets are in service and serving customers during the rate effective date, but the additional lag of 13-month average rate base, how that connects between cost recovery or costs that are reflected in rates and the service that customers are receiving?
Yeah, so as I mentioned, the assets that were placed into service through the end of 2025 are currently serving customers. They're not in rates yet, and so the customers are receiving the benefits of those assets, but the company isn't receiving cost recovery yet. once under the settlement agreement, when rates become effective from this case, the customers will be receiving the benefits of those assets, will continue to receive the benefits of those assets, but the company will begin recovering the cost of those assets. If a 13-month average rate-based methodology is used, that reduces the cost recovery that the company is receiving from assets that are fully serving customers through the rate effective period. As an example, a transmission asset, for example, that is placed into service at the end of in December of 2025, for example, under a 13-month average rate-based methodology, customers are getting the benefits, they're getting the full benefits of that asset, but the company is only receiving 1/13 of the cost recovery from that asset because it happened to go into service in December of the test year. And so because of the forward-looking nature of rate making and the additional lag that is imposed upon the company through an average rate-based methodology, it just further exacerbates the mismatch between customer benefits that they're receiving and recovery of costs for the company.
Thank you. Could we move over to hearing exhibit 134? And go to page 16. And if we can just scroll down so we can see the whole table, or at least the bottom. That's good. Thank you. You also had a discussion with Mr. Kaufman about the history of the use of 13-month average and year-end rate base in various cases, and you've got this table identified here. The third from the bottom is decision C220642, and that's in the company's, the second to last one, C230592. That's the decision in the company's last phase one electric rate case. Is that right?
That's right.
And that's indicated there with a settlement notation.
Yes.
Is that your recollection? Is
Yes.
it your recollection that the city of Boulder opposed that settlement?
I don't know. I don't believe that they did.
We could pull up hearing exhibit 300 attachment CWS 77. And if we can scroll down just to the opening paragraphs, I think. Can we go back up? We've got the settling parties here defined. Do we see Boulder in that list?
I can't see what's behind the red submitted to Colorado PUC e-filing system.
Let me see if I can
I
find it on our
remember.
site. But
I do remember that the settlement agreement in the 22 case was unanimous. It was non-comprehensive in that there was one issue that was left for the commission to decide, but it was a otherwise unanimous settlement.
Can we go to page 10? Does the first sentence of paragraph 28 help refresh your recollection?
It looks like it was opposed by Boulder.
Okay. Can we go back to exhibit 134? And if we could scroll down. The second to last one, C220642. Is it your understanding that's the company's 2022 gas rate case?
Yes.
And the notation there of year end, that means it was a litigated decision?
That's correct.
Okay. I think, no, sorry, not last. There was one other thing I wanted to clarify regarding your discussion with Commissioner Gilman on the wind life change. Do you recall that discussion?
Yes.
And you recall discussing that the impact to ADIT will show up after the rate effective date? Do you recall that?
Yes.
But will the change in the depreciation rates show up in depreciation expense in the settlement test year?
Yes. So the impact on depreciation expense as a result of the agreed upon depreciation rates is included in the settlement test year, in the settlement revenue requirement.
Okay, last area. I just wanted to talk about rider roll-in for a few minutes. Can we pull up hearing exhibit 315 that UCA used during Mr. Freitas's cross-examination? If we can scroll down to the table. Thank you. Okay. You want to review this for just a second so you can ground yourself?
I'm ready to go. I remember this table.
Okay. So let's start with the top line. Please describe what the top line is showing for these various items.
That is the total revenue deficiency for all capital being requested in this case. So in the direct columns labeled direct, that was based on the capital included in attachment APF1, and then in the other columns, it's based on actual 2025 capital included in the attachments to support the rebuttal and settlement agreement revenue requirement calculations. Those amounts are inclusive of the amounts that are in the second row, the TCA, TCAD roll-in amounts. So, for example, in the rebuttal, that 488 million is inclusive of the capital in the 160 million on the next row down.
And to put it another way, that top line reflects capital that is currently, as of today, in the TCA and TCAD. Is that a correct statement?
Yes.
Okay. So the total line is kind of independent of riders. It's just capital additions through December 31st, 2025.
That's correct.
Okay. Now the next line, the roll-in, is that the revenue associated with those riders, basically what customers are currently paying?
That's correct. Yeah. It's the revenue requirement based for each of those riders, the revenue requirement of the capital in those riders through 2025.
And so then the third line, what's the purpose of the third line?
The third line is just to show really the impact to customers as a result of this case. So the roll-in line, that number is already on customers' bills. And so for the customers, that's just, it's basically, if you think about it, as moving dollars from one pocket to the other. It's just moving dollars from, they're already on their bill, from the line that says TCA to the line that says base rates. That's really what this table is trying to show. And so that really the bottom line is the number to look at in terms of what is the impact to customers.
Thank you. And then you discussed the 160 million, 161 million roll-in number with Mr. Bunker quite extensively. Did you review UCA witness Skluzak's testimony in opposition to the settlement agreement?
I did.
And what was his position or UCA's updated position regarding the roll-in amounts for the TCA, TCAD?
If I recall, his position was that UCA was willing to concede and roll in the TCA at the year-end levels, if I recall correctly.
And so it would be the same $161 million that would be used to calculate this net effect. Is that correct?
That's correct. As I was discussing with Mr. Bunker, that row, the TCA roll-in number, is not calculated based on what is agreed to or settled or ordered in this case. That is calculated based on the methodology outlined in each of the rider tariffs in that methodology. So it's independent of what is in the settlement agreement or what ultimately ends up being ordered.
With that, I think I am done. Thank you, Mr. Freitas.
Thank you, Mr. Freitas, for your Friday afternoon grilling. You may be excused.
Thank you.
Anything else before we break for the day? I think we're coming back on Monday with Pascucci, Wenner, Buck, Bulkley, Hanson, Nickel, and then we'll just jump right into the staff witnesses. Ms. Chartrand.
Yes, Chairperson Blank, we have two items. First one is CORE will waive its cross time for both witness O'Neill and witness Gluzak.
Okay.
And second, I have a schedule conflict on Monday, and to accommodate this, the company is agreeable to have witness Hanson be available immediately after Mr. Pascucci. And so if there's no objection, CORE makes that request that witness Hanson be the second witness on Monday.
Do you want to have him be the first witness?
I think that the company prefers that Mr. Pakuski he goes first, and that will work for us.
Okay, perfect. So it'll be Pascucci, Hanson, and then back to Wenner, Bulkley on there. Okay.
Thank you.
Any other matters before we break for the weekend? Hope everybody has a great weekend.
Oh, I did have one question. Sorry.
Oh. The weekend's not ready to start.
Just to get some resolution, Mr. Zomer. So yesterday I had asked for a more direct comparison between the native retail load forecast and the sales. figures that we see kind of across proceedings, but most specifically from JTS to what we're seeing for the 2025 actuals. And I think the chair had also asked for some non-weather normalized actuals, I think he called them, as part of that request to be able to compare across proceedings. So I was just curious if that's something that the company will be able to provide during the pendency of the hearing.
Yeah, we're currently pulling that information together. I think we're assessing how and what we're able to get, but we're actively working on it, and we can provide you an update on Monday status.
Okay, thanks. And then on the other thing is if the company is planning on submitting a revised settlement revenue requirement based on the PTC transfer issue that Mr. Freitas and I went through.
Yeah, we would be amenable to that if the commission would like that filed. We can get that pulled together. We should have an update on that on Monday as well.
Okay. I mean, I think it would be helpful to see an accurate version.
I support Commissioner Gilman's request, so if you could do that, that'd be great. Anything else, Commissioner Gilman? Anything else, Mr. Zemar?
No, just have a nice weekend.
You too. See everybody 9 a.m. on Monday. Have a good one.
Thank you.